I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more often, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah. To spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep regular, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got to TV. Yes, what you got to
And your boy right in the South End, Georgians on the beat. On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of the spoon
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more often, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah. To spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep regular, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Wara. Kilibaba, kilibaba, kilibaba. Kilibaba, kilibaba, kilibaba. What I want? Yes, but you got it. Yes, but you got it. Yes,
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South, man. Charges on the beat. To get your information. To the spoon, to be Okay. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are and whatever you are doing. A pleasant welcome to yet another very, very fascinating and captivating edition of the Spawn Talk right here on Spawn 107.5, Fabric 101.1. And of course, we are streaming live on our various social media platforms. We live on Spawn TV, we live on Fabric TV, Super TV, and via our YouTube channel at Spawn Talk. So you can catch us up on those social media handles and watch or listen to the show live. You can also catch us on 107.5 or 101.1. My understanding is that the show has been relayed across the country via various local radio stations. So if you're not able to watch us live, you can also catch us up on our frequencies in Montserrat County and of course other frequencies across Liberia. Welcome, and of course my name is Yekezi Zwobit, sitting in this evening as your producer, and it's now 11 minutes on the flip side of 8 o'clock. We'd like to say you are welcome. If you are watching the show, thanks for joining us. And what you want to do is to invite someone to view alongside you, to invite someone to listen alongside you, because as usual, it promises to be very informative, it promises to be very entertaining, it promises to be very captivating and thunderstriking here this evening on the Spawn Talk as always. So welcome, let's say welcome to Cedra Barkley, Sam Yuma, Mustafa Lahorn, Daniel Tente. Yep. Good evening to all of you, and just everyone watching this morning and commenting. Frank T. Hart, thanks for following the show, and you are all welcome. Now let's begin with hearing your views about some of the trending happenings in Liberia. And that's the first segment of the show where we get your inputs or your views about trending national happenings. Call us on our hotlines 0777 771 0777 771 075 101075. The numbers to put it through here this evening on the Spawn Talk. Call and tell us what's on your mind. What are those brainy issues on your minds that you want to speak about, that you want the public to know, that you want the government to know about? What are those issues confronting you in your various communities that you think is important that the government knows about them? So call us now, and also You can speak to some of the trending national happenings in the country. Like today at the House of Representatives, the House Committee on Rules, Order, and Administration conducted hearing into, a complaint filed by Representative Sumo Mobai and the Inspector General of the Liberia National Police against Yeke Koloba, Mansurata County District Number 10 representative. But the witness, who is Yeke Koloba, and his legal team walked out of that hearing because, according to him, his lawyers representing him were denied to speak on his behalf. And he himself, Yeke Koloba, walked out as well because he said he was not prepared to speak on his own behalf. And according to the committee, it is a normal routine and it is in line with the rules and order that whenever a witness appears, especially if the witness is a member of the House of Representatives, it is incumbent upon that witness to speak for himself or herself, except maybe the witness is from outside the legislature, that is, a witness is not a member of the legislature, then maybe they can have a lawyer speaking on their behalf. But in the case of Yeke Koloba, he's supposed to have spoken on behalf of himself. But Koloba said he wasn't ready. He wasn't in full readiness or preparedness to speak on his own behalf. So he walked out, and the hearing adjourned today. The committee will be making a report within the period of 10 days. As a matter of fact, since section was recalled, the lawmakers were on break and the president had to recall them for section. And of course, the period is 10 days period, and they've gone 5 days. Today was a 5-day sitting of the special section called for by the president. And so they have 5 more days. So in the next 5 days, Yeke Koloba's fate will be decided. But let's go to the lines and hear from you. 0777 101075. This is the Today Show. Let's speak to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Stephen Keita, calling from Broadway.
Keita, let's hear you, please.
Yeah. What on my mind is on behalf of we the Jawa in the Republic of Liberia. I get certain information and how if a official from the Liberia National Police saying that every driver before you attend your lesson, you should come with your I know how they can call your school certificate from the driving school. Which of course it will be hard to be identified by the country. For example, if you say I should come now, everybody in the republic, including the main years which is government come into in state driver school in Liberia, I have never done it. If you say we should do it, then mean that you try to bring back our memory, that you try to make us not to understand the policy of the Republic of Liberia. Because, for example, what I'm trying to say is that because every individual, almost 75% of the people that are in the country, they have not go to driving school. Most of them, cannot go driving. But if you say we should go back, then where we will go back to the old schools in the 80s, in the 90s, for to get out driving.
But that is why if you have now gone to driving school, that is why you need to go to driving school.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, for example, I'm a driver right now as I'm talking about driving, right? I take my driving to mechanic. Now I go to direct on the Ministry of Transport. I get my lesson. I took, and now we're trying to retain our new lesson, which is this coming December. My lesson will be expiring. Then if I go back, then you tell me I'm gonna go to my driver and go back to school. Then when I'll go retain my driver lesson. And
okay, I don't know, but we lost him. But I don't think it's anything bad. And as a matter of fact, it's something that we were discussing on one of our shows here recently, that the Ministry of Transport gives anybody driver's license without even presenting
or certificate or driving certificate from a driving school, and that's causing a lot of problem in the traffic. So if the Ministry of Transport, whichever government agency is coming up with that, I don't think is something wrong. But let's take more calls. 077771075, 05551101075. Those are the numbers to put it through to see if we can speak with this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Okay, God, my name is Emma Hammer and calling for accident this evening.
Okay, Emmett, please go ahead. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, what is on my mind quickly has to do with what unfolded today at Capitol Hill. You understand that place of political theater. And you know you can carry lawyers to pay for you. It's not a court area. Remember Article 38 of the Constitution gave the legislature the right to adopt their own rule. And it can be removed by a cause. And the cause is not defined in those things. So if the has violated the law of the land here, remember Article 31 says before you take off, you have to take oath to protect the sovereignty of the nation. If the can violate the oath that he took, then definitely it requires investigation when he is guilty. That is as a deterrent to him. Remember, he not a in 1999, Biafra was removed from the horse. In 2005, the late Georgia was removed for time indefinite. So it's not a straight thing that you carry lawyer, or it's not a lawyer error.
Thank you very much. Let's hear another person out. Good evening, your name and where you join us from?
Thank you. My name is Liva Sandy, and this is I'm calling from Chicken Soup Factory.
Liva, let's hear you.
Well, thank you. What is on my mind is the issue of the president calling a lawmaker back for 10 days. And what he said is that some security matter. Well, in my mind, one of the key security issues we have in the country is Guineans taking 4 hours there in Lofa. And these guys are there, they are giving a tie, playing check-up, playing blue. Those lawmakers go back to session, they're not even discussing that. But who made the expulsion of Yaka Koruba? Some of them have gone more than even Yaka Koruba said. Even the expelled Yaka Koruba, then the president is telling to be expelled because they receive off his fee because he's secretary of the president. The statement she wrote on a Facebook page. Brother, Labua is trying to claim a new land. I understand that yes. So I don't know why they got this wasting our time and some of them told on when anything they discuss in the whole during the election, they will come back to their district and tell what they will be discussing. But Sunday they going out for anything they do, they will come back to your district. So when election come in again, they will come back to be lying to us. So anything we discuss will come back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for making your point. Let's talk to another person. Good evening, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, good evening to Spoon FM family and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia and good evening to you, dear brother Yakasi Zegbe Institute in Liberia.
Alfonso, forget the long intro and just go ahead, please.
This is Alfonso A.F. Kamal. Brother Yakasi Zegbe, let me strictly speak to the unconstitutional and on lawlessness attitude like exhibited yesterday by Jose Ima Boakai and Gregor Okroma policy.
Okay.
It was very, very unbecoming. It was unconstitutional. And we suppose as a mature and responsible government supposed not to do that.
Okay.
What do I mean? The protestation that went on yesterday with the students to be perpetrated, the suspects that were beaten and vandalized and brutalized by Jose Yuma Boaka and Gregor Okoma police is very unbecoming. But I love the attitude of the Sule community. They remain responsible, they prove responsibility that they are in charge of governance. Because the demonstrated leadership yesterday, Soup were on a red trajectory. Look at the incidents that went on the 14 years that were, the 14 years girl that were raped.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alfonso. Let's talk to another person. Good evening, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening. My name is Gabriel P. Gavler. I'm calling from Government Town, Lower Johnsonville.
Let's hear you out.
So my concern has to do with my lawmaker, District Number 2, Maserati County. Honorable Sekou Kane is not doing well for us. Right after the Sabbath breach, we went towards the Legislature, coming towards the Ria area. I mean, you just a lot of pub holes. So even ride on motorbike is not an easy task. Keke is difficult. So it's At least, you know,
Your line is cracking. Your line is
not doing anything.
breaking
He's
up.
not doing. Sorry, hello.
Your line is breaking up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Your
getting
line
me?
is coming distorted. So if it
Are you getting me?
continues,
Are you getting me? Hello.
yeah, let's manage with it quickly.
Yeah. So I said my issue is doing a lawmaker, civil canon. He saying he governed this position. He has, I mean, he's not actually doing well for us, especially for those of us that lay the area in. The pump holes, the holes are very dangerous for, and now we're getting the rainy season. We called on to him to please help us to at least put some dye on the road to make the road smooth for us. And besides that, the public school right to Jacobson, the Lone Star gas station, he's not doing well at all. He's just blocking here. And I mean, we're calling on him to please pay attention to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Good evening.
Yeah. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Colley, and I joined the conversation from the No New Lane Barbing Saloon at New Jersey Junction.
Emmanuel Colley, let's hear you.
Thank you. My attention has been drawn on the place Simon Division where they broke down. As I speak to you, last year, I think or ghetto. The biggest ghetto when I number 13 is that era. And what baffled me is it was west side the police station. If you see the police station, if you see the ghetto. And I was told that every Saturday the dealers can report to the depot. It's so frustrating that you see police station right near the place there, then you see ghettos. All the small area like broke down. All the dealers convert at that area. If care is not taking 7 o'clock, they'll be hijacking people down there. Because many from on the bridge, black bar, they play the coming selling. In a deal, you see one criminal face, you want to run away. And it was rest of the police station, the police are doing nothing about it. For all the doors, they go way to a red motorbike, a red keke.
Thank you.
While looking at get to red, against the action.
Thank you very much. Let's hear another person out. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
This Oscar Zimmerman from Sudan, District 4, Nima County.
Okay, Oscar, let's hear you.
Yeah, you can see what my man have to do with the rule of living from District 3 of Nima County to that of District 7. We have to do with ruling from county to plan. You can see for the past 3 years, there is no access to vehicle to plan on our road. We have been calling upon the Liberian authorities, also the foreign world minister, over and over. You cannot have a district, there's a road leading to 3 districts, and you don't have access to road. So we are called upon them. The road that leads from Campus City to Bam City is that there is no motorcar road there. So we called in, we're begging them. We don't have begging for start paying money that we pay into the government. We elected them to serve the people. You cannot have a 3 districts without no access to road. So we are called upon the government to see how best can we see at that start to see how best they can recondition the road for campus to Bam. Then the second thing has to do with the regulations. I do follow the representative today investigating the Columbus attitude. But I want to question them. Are they know the root cause of what happened to Lofa? Because we have been hearing all the time that there are ministers who are doing something illegally across the province. Are they government taking action against the minister who was doing illegal money before the province came about? Are they looking at? Let justice be done to all men.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening.
Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is Abu Rawa calling from Rodota.
Abu, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. You can see, let me say, how to man, the law for imposition of Faso Kumale, the chairman of the Municipal Intellectual Bureau. You can see it's so unfortunate. Let me say this to the national legislature. This thing you're doing at the exposure of Jeke Kolba, I think it should be speeded, it should serve as a deterrent. And that place does not code horse. Honorable Councillor Yekula, I think you should know that one. Le few time le vocabulaire Janet and quel lawyer the first time for the committee, the lawyer never speak. Anything you want to say, the lawyer will start to hear and you will say because after that you the point investigate the lawyer after that court us. And you feel like you feel offended or any point violate a right, you get a right on the remedy to go to court. But for councillor Mukwa to go in for the committee to say you have to speak for a claim, I mean, it's so unfortunate today. And I really admire the committee, but rules all our message.
Thank you.
Even the question hall. I mean, it's so unfortunate. Let us spend a couple of hours, let the message go clear to all lawmakers. They go to whatever people. Thank you very much.
Thanks for making a point. Let's talk to another person here on this international line. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Yeah, my man, what's up, brother? Japa Zoo, eh?
No, the number that the different person that you called in there. The name is Yekezi.
Yekezi Zwobe.
Welcome to the show.
How you doing, brother?
I'm okay.
Yeah, man, my name is Samuel Sua. Brother, that poor Joe is sad. You get called man too much for yourself. That you face it, open it over there. I'm not a politician, but the way it's going now, it's funny that since George regime missing, they say that George he wants to shut down opposition more. Now, who's the government now? The way they want doing that and doing it. Yeah, me, I just enjoying the whole show.
Oh, okay.
I know where the BB lawyer then go pack on yesterday. I mean, today they can go waste your time on it. They talk that political theater. What you going to do? What you going to go to Supreme Court? What
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, man. Thank you too for having me, brother.
Okay. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, are you there? Your name and where you join us from, please?
Okay, my name is Alan Ogwe, and I'm calling you from Margibi County.
Alan, let's hear you from Margibi.
Okay, thank you so much. In the first place, I have 2 points I want to declare. One has to do with the issue of Ekekoluba. I think for every time we have legislators, we expect them to do something that will be historical. So the issue of the Ekekoluba being very vocal, especially when it comes to national issue, it doesn't have to address it. And today I can tell you that Ekekoluba pronouncement on the show is something that the Guineans are capitalizing on and taking decision in their country. Because Ekekoluba is not an ordinary citizen, it's a lawmaker, an elected lawmaker that is seated in the House of Parliament, making statement of sorts is something that has been done by the Guinean government and acting on it. So we are keenly looking at our lawmakers, our people, our lawmakers in the House of Parliament. We are looking at them very keenly to be very decisive on what they are doing, because we do not want something that will be repeated. Labrador is a country by herself. If Labrador has an issue that has to do with international something that got to be looking at very keenly. Like when domestic issue, you can make any other statement he wants to make. Sometimes we can look at the magnitude and forget about it.
Thank you.
Something that has to do with international or confusion, your pronouncement was very much undetermined with the extra of it. So we're looking at our lawmaker to take decision. The second thing, hello.
I'm sorry, we don't have the luxury of time. Others are on the line. They have to speak. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Good evening. Good evening.
This is Agent G. I'm calling from local town.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
What I want you to do, please play the audio of Jackie Koruba. Let all of us that knows it well. Because some people are taking the whole thing out of context. If you play the audio of Jackie Koruba, those representing how they will come to themselves. Yeah, people who commit that crime.
What about the audio that you want everybody to hear? Hello?
Means of local government. They can't
Hello?
pay attention to them.
Hello?
I call about they won't bring the public rescue and pulling out of the job.
Hello?
Please play the main audio. Yeah.
Yeah, so what specifically about the audio that you want everybody to hear? Because this audio has been played over and over and again, even during the hearing today. It was played. Is there anything different about it that you want to tell us?
Yeah, what is on the ground? The people
Thank
are
you.
occupying the place. Why they can't move?
Okay. Thank you for calling.
Between Liberia and Guinea,
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Hello, Yakasi.
Hello, let's hear you.
That is a Paco for the United Party International Bureau.
Paco, let's hear you from the Bureau, the UP Bureau.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Look, the councillors who follow the honorable, you get where to do. Yeah, you know the FA or councillor that someone else from the lawyer need to get it. They can't
what's the ethics of a councillor?
It's all tell on I cannot follow you. When they can now go to Supreme Court, I can stand for you and take a speak for you. That play can use any rule. You know that you may follow jacket. You may follow in.
I see, eh?
Don't go. I can happen now. And thank God to the capital building. Thank God I will get some man in our capital building. I can go. A platform, a consular jacket, all will do it. You do it, you want to do the comment. No, you can comment, you try to comment to power. You can't say your contract private. The second thing, the second, the president, the money run, you know. Jacket, that chumba, that rubber, chopaga, and to the air you student. Please, pay you take you the credit hour is not carry 2 months. You please cry the semester. The
point I complete our courses here, then you want to graduate.
We get credit hour to them free and go. Then you take care of that.
You get a free grade, eh?
Free grade and go. The 2 months. You don't have to be in the police. Then take a credit hour and go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Then
credit hour and go. Please, we beg and go. Your credit, some of your go. Then you take care of the university. The swan will be last
soup can't finish. Soup is a campus-based organization. So even if one group leaves, there's another group there.
Yeah, they can't go. They can't 2 months for the country. I want to put that before, but they will put that to Yama.
Thank you.
That was a run the country.
Thank you very much.
I'm not going to say how you are. Then can comment, comment to no way. And that's 12 years, it got more than a crowd. 12 years.
Okay.
Bye
bye. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, hello. I'm Richard calling from Bong Mines.
Richard, let's hear you from Bong Mines.
Okay, my concern has to do with it. You get called about business. So I want to know if they expect you get called back from the house, then the problem to look at that so. Because people keep talking about Yege being expelled. Yege is a problem. Yege is not a problem. There are some government officials involved in this thing. Let the people tell how they speak. They shouldn't be lying to us. They shouldn't be fooling or leaving on Yege. Yege is not a problem. You expect Yege from in the house, it means that the problem being solved. The people are still on our land. So
Thank you.
It's not a problem.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling and making your import. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Jabba Bakpa. Let's hear you from Painesville.
Yeah, I just want to talk shortly on the issue of Honorable Yaka Squalba. I think those who are talking for him should know that Yaka Squalba made a wrong statement and is not remorseful. He's still saying that if you heard an interview today that they won't do anything they want to do to him, stay by his statement. While others say, yeah, there are other permanent issues, we agree. But as a sitting law, because we hails from Lofa County, and he's saying a part of that county belongs to Guinea, I think it's a serious statement. If you have any remorse, if you said that you said what you said, then fine.
Thank
you.
He
has no remorse, he doesn't regret it. He said they must do anything they want to do to him.
Thank
so
you.
What if you don't let him take the desired punishment?
Thanks for calling. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah, my name is Chukan from here.
Okay, Chukan, let's hear you.
Yeah, I want to talk about Jeke Koruba. Jeke Koruba, where he could even behind him to expel him from the house. And we should find the people then that when the capital building to expel the people too. Because it's the same. The country we're talking about is the same Liberia. The capital building went today. They burn the capital building. Nobody can tell anything. People going here and there. We're not understanding nothing. So the capital building and the whole country, when they can say, Guinea, they play for Guinea and the capital building and the whole country depending on that capital building. We want importing my people. They should tell us. Just tell us.
Thank you. Thanks for calling.
Please tell us.
Thanks for making your point. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person on this line. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening. My name is Daniel Fidi. I call you from the Reckless District of Yakakolaba, District 10.
You call your district Reckless District?
Yes, that's the district I'm living in because our representative is now a serious representative.
So because according to you, the representative is not serious, it means the entire district is not serious, it means the entire district reckless?
No, that's his district he represents. So that's why I'm not.
But you're calling the district Reckless District and you live within the district. So does it mean that yourself you reckless?
Yeah, because our representative is not serious, he holding the district.
So because the representative is not serious, it means you yourself you are not serious.
No,
you yourself you are reckless.
I'm not saying the people that live within the district is reckless, but I'm saying the one who represent the district, making the district reckless.
But you said the reckless district. You didn't say you didn't say reckless lawmaker.
But I'm not talking about the people because okay, let's look at the environment. But let's get to the topic.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason why people yearning for this lawmaker to be removed is because he's in the house instead of him instead of him representing us in district number 10, he just lousy in the house and everybody just complaining on this one Yaga Koloba. So I support that this Yaga Koloba be removed from the house because we all get there and we voted for him and he's not representing, he's just making noise and that's the show he's using every time to game and sentiment by the people to vote for him. So I want him to be removed. Let this man just go and sit down. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. I'm calling from ELWA.
Let's hear you from ELWA.
I want to get a little education. He having to expel Yeke from the house. He will be and run again.
Hello?
For the midterm election.
What kind of midterm election again? 2029?
So I'm talking when they expel him in the house. When they expel him from the house. He'll be having a right to run.
Well, the legal people can answer that question, but what I know is that once they give you NTR from the legislature, you are not going to go back there. That's what I know until maybe another election is held in 2029. That's what I know. But again, I'm not a legal luminary, so I stand to be corrected. Thank you very much for calling. All right. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, are you there? Okay, we lost that person. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Let's hear you.
Yeah. This is Isaac Chi. I'm calling from Police Academy.
Isaac Chi calling from Police Academy?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, and what is on my mind, my brother, the whole Wahala issue that is going on in the horse. We, the Liberian people, we the one cause of it. And special, I blame my own brother, the Spenton Waterspoon, because they came on this platform to tell us that these people were coming to come rescue us. And they come with regime speaker, they come with regime president, just everything that they are just going contradictory from the past government that were in power. Now to come, look at the speaker with all the allegations level against him.
loving to his own sister. Everything, people accusing him that those so-called lawmakers are in the court over there, that they cannot impeach that man or to remove him. But when Yege Kora has saying that if the land for the Guineans, let them take their land, and the Guineans are still in Lofa. They are still there, they never move. Up to now, Joseph Bola having it, telling the nation, having it, telling the Liberian, what is the situation and what the purpose of him going to Guinea to come back in limbo, that he spent a whole lot of money on our resources in this country, but 2029 will come. And Spencer there, they should pray to God and forgive their sin, because what they have done to the nation, they are putting the nation into total mess.
Thank you very much. So you think the CEO committed sin by telling you to vote the UP?
Yes, because they lied to the Liberian people. They lied to us. And if he listened, there is my number, you gave it to him. He is my brother. They lied to us and make us to go behind this particular man, the old man, and he cannot deliver any good, but to just put the country into hell of a sin.
Okay.
So Central them should repent. He should repent, that God will forgive him, because they lied to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The man want me to repent for God to forgive me. You can hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you, CEO.
So the message will repent. Lord, forgive me for bringing President Bwaka, helping, oh God. So talk to the people and bringing President Bwaka to power. We do repent, but we pray that you gave the old man wisdom and understanding that he can deliver on his promises made. Lord, have mercy upon us if our decision was so bad and terrible, Lord. Refine our thoughts, oh God, guide our step, and bless us to make the right decision. In Jesus' name, amen. That was just repented publicly. Yeah, I am. I've repented publicly. I want to say to all of you, welcome to the show. Yekezi, thank you very much. We got a lot to do today. We got Yeke Koluba and all his legal battles, and we got a good, the bad, and ugly. We're here with Dr. Francine Chenoweth Richardson, Dr. Francine, auntie or cousin or mom or pa, somebody from the Chenoweth family or agriculture minister, and we know how that one ended. Here come the rest right. But again, I don't know whether we can believe the Chenoweth.
I like how you can be laughing at yourself.
No, but that's the truth. I don't know what we can believe. Because no put Chenoweth somewhere, here comes the rest right. We even know what agriculture ministry
know the history of the rest right?
No. The only
person what Florence Chenoweth was trying to advocate for?
The only person there I know in that whole thing that Florence Chenoweth. I know nothing else.
You read anything about it, you just want to
I just want to talk about Florence Chenoweth.
But I have that business. I know she was a great person. She was a great agriculture minister. She was a great
Dr. Richards, I kind of surprised. So also bring the mental health people. You know, let me say something about the thing you're doing to us in Liberia. The people got mental health issues because of poverty. I mean, yeah. People that eating on the street, you go talk to them about mental health. Everybody will get crazy because no food and the poverty. So I hope you can bring that Saturday. Let's hear them out. That a problem very on the mental health people. You bring your own mental health people, and again, you bring all of them. The poor need them, right? Yeah, you can see that the whole day he spent at the Capitol building, he get mental health issues because the whole. The whole House of Representatives made it, man. Yeah. So they make a mental, everybody got mental health issue in Labrador, Richardson.
You making the case for the people to come. You making the case. I say making the case for the people to come because mental health can be short term, long term, temporary. We got different diagnoses. That's why we have the.
Richardson lead that thing that will not help us today. We want food. Let people bring food when they come to talk about mental health. We not get mental health again.
Really?
Dr. Richardson, man. What kind of mental health business? Everybody get mental health in like brother Richardson, I beg you. That mental health thing, people want to give food to eat it. Look, 2 of our dogs died in the fence. You heard that, Dr. Richardson?
I heard it.
The people that connected the dog.
What?
Baby dog.
You can see how you looking, so that's true?
Yeah, but you can see no. Big dog, the dog didn't die. The dog, we woke up, and Dr. Richardson, listen to this, right? The people, they are so bad in Liberia. They gave the dog poison snuff. They pour on the meat. They gave it to the dog. The dog was barking. The dog, whoo. The dog just started going down, whoo, whoo. It was awful. The two dogs died. The dog died. Then guess what happened? Titi called me. The CEO, she started crying. Oh, so the dog died. I said, "Carry to Simos's funeral home." You cried because dog died?
Yeah.
That woman cried bitterly because the dog died. I said, "Madam Titi, what's going on with you?" She said the dog was just checking.
You talk about dogs. I just came from a dog certification program. That's why I just came.
That thing I America a dog certification. The dog was just checking. I said, "Put it on camera." The dog checking. I said, "Did you call 911 for the dog? You get the dog to the hospital." Before she went upstairs, she came back, the dog died. I said, "Can she must have funeral home? Well, we're keeping." The woman got violent me, she had got it for me.
Of course, my son could have hang out with you.
The dog that part of the Spoon family.
Exactly. I can hear you.
Part of the Spoon family.
Dog died. That woman crying like that. The woman crying bitterly. You see the tears. That's the issue, right? The dog, okay, two of them, they died, they're lying there. And I believe that the person that killed the dog came and said they won't go bury the dog today. The guy that came to say you won't bury the dog, I think that the guy that killed those dogs. How the man know the dog didn't die? The man came, Gibson, and the man said you won't bury the dog.
That's sad, though. So sad. And if I eat that dog, they don't even know what a dog died from.
We're not sure whether that dog is going to be buried.
So today, get the guy the dog. The guy carried the dog. The next day, Diamond told the guy, said, "Oh man, but why you bury the dog? Let's go plant flower." The guy said, "Oh man, the dog, we bury the dog that we can't." That's my story. The man can actually where you bury those dogs.
It's sad.
But tell you what, we got two shepherds. We got two big shepherds. We got just two. Somebody just gave us two big shepherds. We got them 3 big dogs now, 3 big shepherds. We got them. So hey, it's not me. Say anything you want to say, right? I'm an animal lover. I got 4 big dogs. 4. No, I got 2 small ones, 2 baby ones. If they back, the whole shaking, right? But this thing about dog die, I cry. I ain't reached there yet. Guess I ain't reached there yet.
No, I don't think I'll cry for dog. Not yet.
No, but that's a fact. That Rachel she didn't even get dog, and she's saying she went for dog class. She went for dog therapy.
Dogs because people can have allergies to dogs that you don't know.
I said the dog today. Said today. Jason, the dog was jacking.
My dog died before, and I'm just sorry for it.
Then I hope the dog will know. I hope the dog will know, victim.
My lovely dog died before. That is sorry for
it. Animal abuse.
No, but I'm not like, bro. I don't think the dog. No, they got to know. Madam Titi. No, I don't think you're accusing Madam Titi. Madam Titi, she always treat our animal well. Madam Titi will go and buy Lapa Bido for those dogs every day. Let you get see, twice a day. Sometimes if she buy the Lapa Bido and she leave, I doubt one of the dogs will eat that Lapa Bido. Maybe the person that went buy the person will eat it.
But Stando, on a serious note, dog. We can learn a lot from dogs.
Yes.
One of the things we learn is loyalty. That dog that were whining outside, anybody came in that yard and they started to behave out of character, and the dog sniffed and could not recognize you. You would kill that dog before you harm anybody at the Spoon Network. Dogs are very loyal.
I agree. I agree. I have my dogs here, especially the shepherd. The 2 little ones, they are nuisance, right? They're crazy. They will just bark at anything. But the big dogs, right? When they bark, listen, I will be up here. Somebody just come in the yard, the dog will be barking. They didn't even touch any of the doorknob. They just in the yard, the dog would bark, right? I respect that. But it's something about, I'm not there yet. That the dog died, I will cry. I'm not going to receive anybody. No.
Man, I see you. Listen, my man, true story. It's about relationship and attachment. So my dog is a big dog. Murphy got bitten, right? Because I didn't think the neighbor dog was going to they're coming to play. Came right up on his neck and bit him. I took the dog to the hospital, to emergency in Baltimore. My daughter and I. And while we were there for 4 hours or so, they gave me a surgery, stitched the plate, all that thing. But while we were there was a family that came with a small dog, like a little poodle. And that dog died while we were there. That lady Stanton was crying uncontrollably. Her husband couldn't console. I mean, it was, you sit there, you look at it, you say, wow. So you build relationships with these dogs and the animals, and they become part of your family. It's an attachment, and there's so much we can learn from that. So the one lost a dog, my crying. Now, I got to say it though, in my family, man, everybody loved Murphy. Everybody loved him, but Murphy died. Dude, I ain't crying. I'll feel bad, but I ain't gonna cry. I sure ain't crying like that lady was crying, but I totally get it and I understand it. So
It
I think,
isn't. Let me tell you. Let me say this to you. So we had a dog by the name of Baxter, right, or Chihuahua. The dog was very hard-headed. You tell the dog, don't go on the street, do this. The dog will tell you no. He's very, very hard-headed, right? I see, my daughter cry. My daughter, Megan, we got all these dogs. She can take the dog in her bedroom, and the dog refused. I go in the bedroom to.
We're not hearing you, Stanton.
No. You hearing me?
Yeah, now we are. We are.
Okay. Maybe that's something you're doing on my microphone. Listen, Dr. Buble, I ain't crying when dog died.
No, I'm just telling you, I just came from a lecture. We started an animal assisted therapy program here at the university.
Animal assistant therapy program. That Richardson, don't waste our time on this show.
No, I'm not wasting your time. I'm telling you, there are people.
Animal assistant therapy program.
Different sense. Dog can tell you when you are very, very emotional. They know how to distract you.
Do I need to go for animal assistant therapy program to know that? I know the dog can smell. When he was small, we used to get our dog opinion and cane juice, put it in their nose and make them sniff around. Do I need to go to animal Fubi? Do I need to go to animal therapy program that costs $2 to $3 million behind a workshop? What kind of workshop that is spending almost $5 million just to allow Dr. Richardson to go spend 3 days in the classroom to talk about animal therapy program?
We have a lot of people that have emotional problems. There are some people that suffer from OCD, like they keep on checking the doors all the time. And so the dog would be used to disrupt them, to interrupt that pattern of obsession or compulsion. Sometimes you have some people who are very, very depressed.
Can you call Mantiti and you come to her on dog crying therapy? Can you call her, please?
You're not serious at all. You're not serious. I ain't got my time. I'm not wasting my time. I'm not wasting my time.
The dog was checking.
Stop it.
See you. So I took our dog Murphy for the procedure. It was $1,200. I can't.
All right, we'll come back to that Bobla. Why you talk about dog Murphy? You go spend $1,200 every month. We spend over $360 on our dogs for care. Yeah, every month. Over $360. They would bathe them twice a month. They will go ahead and make sure that the vaccine, the shots, everything up to date. We spend that money on the dogs. But guess what happened, Gibson? When we bring those dogs home, they go right outside and start running in the grass.
Yeah. How can it start a dog?
They go right out there and start running in the grass. What kind of dogs are those things? They go right out there and start. So it's like, imagine if you put a family in Labrador today, gave them $360. Imagine that. Somebody would be happy. We spend behind the dogs there. We are not talking about buying the food because they got to eat certain food. I told my wife, let fried chicken or let baked chicken and put it in the rice and put pepper and salt. They will eat it. She said no. I told my wife, let's get the dogs on the potato screen. We eat it. She said no. The dog didn't eat their own kind of food. One of the food, it will last for only 3 days. It's 199 cents. One,
Yes.
199 cents.
Yeah.
For there are three different breeds. You getting 3 different kind of food.
So why you spending all that money there? So you say you believe in the power of the adult sense.
I didn't say I don't believe in the power. I'm saying I will not cry when dog die. That's what I'm saying. I will not cry when dog die.
You don't know. You don't know yet.
What do you mean I don't know yet? I know myself. I said when I cry, then say I don't know yet. See, I mean, that reason after new time, dog and cat that usual baby. So don't let me say I don't know yet. And you know, trouble can come on, man. You know, let me leave that one because animal control.
Yeah, let's leave that topic here. Let's leave that topic.
Okay.
You're making me mad.
The dog died. We are mourning. Your please send your sympathy to Man Titi in the studio. The funeral will be on Saturday, the 20-something of May. The wakekeeping will be from 7:30 to 4 a.m. Come and share the announcement.
I kept the dog for about 10 or 9 years. When the dog died, we have a memorial service for the dog. We bury it, we have a memorial service. So it's a normal thing. When you are attached to the dog, you treat it like your own. Like your own son or your daughter.
The person that would cry when the dog died also that Wade Power. She loved her dog. Wade Power dog died, and when in Liberia, I would set that dog up. Let me say it publicly now. I will go to Wade Power and the dog will go MIA. Wade Power loved her dog so badly, she'd be all around Liberia looking for a vet. And if that dog dies, she will cry. And we pray that the dog get long life, you know. But dog, animal. You can do anything far away. The only person I can try with dog that yeke. You get yeke dog, yeke will eat it.
Oh man, they had a special on one of the major networks. And the mountain climber carried her dog with her, and she slipped and fell, and she couldn't get up back. I mean, that was a moving story. They had it on the national network, and the dog left her and went for miles and miles and miles, and then saw some of the.
I read that thing about Integrity, man. That thing of movie that
no, that movie, man. A true story.
Movie, man.
Why do you think that we have to get our certification in animal assistant therapy?
No, it's not that movie. A true story.
That dog was a golden retriever.
There are people in this world that do not have the same emotions like you.
When the dog saw the rangers and when they started circling them and barking. And then they were trying to figure out what's going on. The dog started moving a little bit, and then
that's in that American dog. You can find that in Liberia. Leave that one back.
Yes,
yes,
you can.
Okay, where in Liberia happen? Where in Liberia happen? Where in Liberia happen?
It's just about how you train them. The point I'm trying to
make
is
in Liberia
dogs are special animals, man.
What I learned today, Dr. Brooklyn, those dogs can sense things before we human beings even sense them.
Y'all see the reason why sometimes we get mad with Dr. Richardson. She telling us that she had to go to school to learn that dog can smell.
Yes.
Just the sort of thing that Dr. can do to us here, Fubi.
Of course.
She telling us.
Yes.
That's what she learned today.
Because everything that I do is backed by science and power.
Nothing, yes,
everything that I do is backed by science, okay? Everything that I don't just speak, I don't just talk. Everything I do have to have evidence-based. That's why we have to go to school to learn about dog emotions. Did you know that dogs have extraordinary senses?
Yeah, I don't need to go to school to know that.
Because standard know that we use
animals. So are you saying you don't know that dog can smell until you go to school?
Exactly.
I didn't say that senses. I didn't say extra. I use the word extraordinary senses. I used the word extraordinary senses, okay, Mr. Jerry Gibson, Jerry. I didn't just say that's the problem. That why when you don't go to school, you take out certain words and you mix it up. Like I didn't just say senses.
The sniffing ability of the dog.
Yes, the sniffing ability, the ability to socialize, to contact people. Okay.
All right,
so
you guys, every one of you that followed us, if you have your dog picture, please send it. Let's promote your dog picture. Yeah, while we're doing the show, we send a shout out to your dog.
Send my dog picture.
We send a shout out to your dog. Don't say, oh, no keke dog, no keke ishe dog, or straight dog from Raditon Market. Send us good dog photo because the network lost her 2 dogs, but thank God we got 3. We lost 2, but we got 3. And we want to say to those of you that send us your dogs to protect the network, we say thank you. Some good people send us the dogs. This is from the LRA Deputy Commissioner Sam Bennett. He and his dog. I think the dog is a golden retriever. I think. Beautiful dog, pretty dog, by the way.
That's a cute dog. Very
I
cute.
guarantee this guy, he can never take this dog to Buse Quarter or Chicken Sufati.
Why you make your country do that? You think you can't put dogs in your country?
So send us your dog photo. Let's try to send a shout out to your dogs, right? That Richardson had to go to school to know that dog can smell. But again, I want to say
that's not what I said. You say you take my words out of context. And you see how you have Mr. Jerry Gibson took my words out of context. You're not going to drop the extraordinary senses, though.
No, but that Richardson, I don't need to go to school every time.
Yes, you do, Stanton, because not every dog
does the same
thing.
To know that dog can smell. That Richardson,
no, not all dogs. You have to know the specific breed of dogs, specific breeds of dogs.
What I'm saying is that I'm not going to be
in terms of following directions and sensing things than others. For example, they will learn, depression symptoms. Depressive symptoms allow people sometimes they don't want to get out of bed. So they have to train these dogs. Let me just tell you what I learned how to do. To be able to go in the bedroom, because sometimes when a parent or familiar face go in the bedroom, the person who's depressed will not want to get up. So when they dog goes in the room,
thank you very much. We don't want to know about your workshop today, yeah? Thank you very much.
You don't know about PTSD?
No, dog get PTSD. Look at all your man talk. Dog get PTSD. Look at how that talk. Can you imagine the waste of Donald Trump money going to university to learn dog having PTSD?
So you see how you just imagine that? Can you
imagine PTSD?
People that have PTSD, people that are diagnosed with PTSD, they have animal-assisted dogs. Okay, animal-assisted therapy dogs that will help them with that symptom. Sometimes people that are diagnosed with PTSD, they're afraid of crowds. They don't like people coming in spaces.
So, but Richardson, we got to go.
Train these dogs. Let me just tell you now, they will train these dogs.
But Richardson, we got to go. We got to go.
Thank you.
We gotta go. You tell us.
I have special show. I will call the person who did it animal-assisted therapy so she can come and do some mental health training with that.
And one thing I would say to all of you, right? Listen to what Dr. Richardson just said, right? She will call somebody to come on the show. I can guarantee you, without any doubt, Fubi, that person that doing that PTSD therapy, that white woman, I can guarantee you. That white woman doing that PTSD therapy, that woman, is that black person? Ask that Richardson, let you say the person picture. PTSD. Do I get PTSD?
That Richardson that true? That Richardson that true, that white woman? A moment of truth. A moment of truth. That Richardson, is that true, that white woman? She get lied. She will tell you the truth.
So if that white woman then what?
Well, no, because that woman then what? People love the way the people love their dogs is different from how the African love their dogs.
That's not true.
That's not true. The woman who I told you was flying
look at that Richardson dog. That dog look like kicking. That would do it. Another problem. That's our Richardson dog.
You, there's nothing wrong with this dog.
There's someone that see the dog, they don't want to eat it.
I know for you. That's a cute dog. Yeah,
no, good. The reason you are right because when you begin to see the dog, they come on. They will not want to eat the dog. They will tell the dog here is.
Listen. Man, you don't have our show, man. You don't have our video. Listen, sorry, man. Sorry, man.
No, I'm not upset. You're just showing your limitations. That's all. That's
Everybody sitting with the dog. We'll put a dog picture.
Let's see the dogs. We got the dog go live for the dog picture.
No, we gotta have our show, Donna Richardson. We got a lot to talk about today. Everybody sending me the dog. We'll put a dog picture. I'm waiting for wedding power on the dog. That's a cute dog. But she can't let the dog take us through down Busse Quarter. If she try, then her won't finish. But I want to say to all of you, welcome to Spoon Talk.
I swear to God,
No. I talked to Wadi Power. She said she would not let go of that dog. But I was just saying, the post saying that your dog, though. Let me put it up again. They're saying that your dog there. It is your dog?
That dog is cute. What's wrong? What's wrong with that dog?
Is that your dog? Yes or no?
I'm waiting for your dog. I'm not saying
the dog in the chat room. In the chat room.
But send it to me. Don't send it in that chat room. Send it to me.
No problem.
Nothing wrong with the dog to me. What wrong with the dog?
The dog look like Kiki's dog. The dog look like a malnourished.
Oh.
That dog need help.
You like fat dog, huh?
I really like bad dogs. I like for the dog to be bad. Very bad. Yeah, I don't like no quiet dog.
At the original can we see Donna? Don't see Donna.
Yeah, just wait, beer. You want to see where you be? It's good to see today.
I let my daughter, but so this is one of the dogs that died from the Spoon compound.
Oh.
This is one of the dogs. Yeah, this is one of the dogs, man. It's sorrowful though. Yeah.
Let's have a moment of silence for the dog that died on Spoon compound.
Ah, man, Mr. Gypsy Guru, where you coming from? Go back, go back. Can I carry on a headache? Yeah, the guy get poor. I got a headache. Oh God, that's a cute dog.
Stanton, nobody hearing you by. I don't know you talking or you what.
I know it's just a silent.
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to put the dog's picture up because our dog died. They make the announcement. We get to the show, and our two of the dogs died the same day, the same time. I don't know how that happened.
That is wickedness.
And the person we suspected that the same person went to bury the dog, and we asked for the gravesite. We asked for the gravesite. There is no gravesite.
And the man buried the dog. You can see the dog grave.
All right, now that's a Spoon dog. Who dog is this? Who dog is that? Let's see if the person recognizes the dog. The person on the show. Can they speak? Is there anyone on the show, the owner of this dog?
But stand on the living room.
No, that's my living room there.
No, man. I'm looking at the wall. I'm looking at the wall.
That a bubble. Is that your dog?
Yeah, that's Murphy. That's Murphy.
But why you not answering? You scared?
No, I was reading something. That's Murphy. That's Murphy. And
the wet beard made you looking younger than when you not get a wet beard. I don't understand.
He's as good as they come. But don't underestimate him. Don't underestimate him.
Yeah, I think you guys are taking care of him very well. He's cute.
Oh, we have to.
But try to take him down to Busse Quarter. Let's see how
everybody in
cute
the
he is.
Buckler family will get taken care of.
Take him down to Busse Quarter. Let's see how cute he is.
Does he go walk up by Busse Quarter?
He can never try.
Do you allow you to go walk up by something in Busse Quarter?
No, I bring him home yet, but I will bring him. He stay in Baltimore. I'll bring him home.
Okay.
That dog, that American dog, man. That dog ain't no street life.
I mean, dogs are as adaptable as they come when you talk about animals. Dog can adapt.
All right, so this is this
That's
other
about how
dog.
you train them.
The other dog that Sam Manning dog. I want to send shout out to Sam Manning. That's his dog. We're gonna put Gibson on the dog. Gibson, listen. I would never believe that this is Gibson dog. They dog it from Facebook. Guess we can lie. That dog you went on YouTube and take somebody's dog picture. You can't say that your dog. No, guess your dog can never be this.
I mean, Gibson ain't got no dog, man.
What are you talking about? My website I can call. We got 4 dogs.
Gibson, that dog can never be a dog. This guy cannot be a dog, Gibson.
This guy is straight up. Huh?
Yeah, but man, I can come on web on video so she can testify.
That dog is very cute.
I'm going to take a few more dogs picture and we'll get into the show because we want to say what time is it.
Not get dog because you see one gizzy puppy living there.
From government. People eat government can get dog. They will eat it quick.
One gizzy puppy living behind a house. So he can keep dog.
All right, so we want to say this will be the last dog photo. Wherever you are, we want to acknowledge that your dog is part of the family.
Somebody say, do AR dog.
All right, so this other dog, I like this dog.
Oh, I love this dog. I love this dog.
That's a pit bull.
It's a cute one. Yeah, I think it's a pit bull. Yes, that's a cute one.
Yeah,
right. I want to say thanks to all of you.
Those dogs have to be trained, very trained. In order
To be
for
fair
them
with you,
This dog is trained, but not to children like that, you know.
No,
Yeah.
no. The dog can protect the babies, can protect children. Pit
It's
bull,
protected, but you gotta be
Pit
very
bull is
careful.
no. Pit bull will fight to protect the child. Seriously.
Yeah, but you gotta be very careful. That type they put the
For me, I would believe you because you went to dog therapy school. I didn't. So I would believe you. You went to dog therapy school. I did it, that let me know what happened. They went to dog therapy school. The thing you do that way, let it don't go and eat people that you're not going to dog therapy
don't
school.
even talk like that. Don't be talking about our country like that. Please do not be talking about our country. A lot of people got strong faith in you. They really trust you.
Sorry about that,
Okay? Our country is evolving, and we wanted to continue to rise up.
Okay. I want to say to all of you, welcome to the show again. We are mourning the loss of 2 of our dogs, right? Big dogs, by the way. And we say to Madam Titi and the entire staff, you're sorry, the waykeeping for the dog will be next week. We'll put the announcement up. The funeral service, we'll put the announcement up. Right down the remains of the dog is at our Simosia. Other than Simosia, I don't know what they're doing. They're having a special family choir moment. And,
they have mats. They get mats for the dog.
But the dog, I will ask you, Madam Titi, where's the dog next of kin to get the insurance money? To get the insurance money.
That the managers of the network. If the dog didn't have any baby.
I'm gonna put Ben on mat for 25 days for the dog now.
I mean, when I say plenty of let's get into our topic for today. We want to say welcome to the show. Dr. Francis where Richard saying Dr. Bopla is always good saying you have put all the data there up. If you go get on a data degree, 18, 20 years. Dr. Imara George, welcome. Guess you got data degree too, right?
My brother, we all want to get that though.
Henry Fubi, Dr. Fubi.
Because the platform is now being taken by doctor. The whole platform up there.
Yes, I know what to do with you sometimes. I know what to do with you sometimes, seriously.
So we get Jefferson Chelsea, the man that refusing to go take his bar to pass that thing and become Antonio Law. But anyway, we want to say to all of you.
Because when the news come on the platform, that'll be easy.
Oh no, this door here, I forget though. I didn't. Let me announce. This door for Mohammed Ba. I see where they gave the man diplomatic passport to be ambassador at large. This is ambassador at large Mohammed Ba door. The door resemble the guy. I mean, put it that the door resemble Mohammed Ba. Seriously, Chelsea, the door resemble the guy. But anyway, let me go ahead. I don't know who is the man calling on my phone. I'm gonna send a shout out to him. So yeah, the Mohammed Ba door. I want to say to all of you again, a great show today coming your way. Yaka Koruba again and the House of Representative James Collette. What's going on, folks? We're going to dig that. Yaka will be on the show. Yaka Koruba lawyer will be on the show. 9:30. We will hear from them exactly the position who breaking the law. Are we having Kabina Jana 2.0? The Unity Party only know how to remove associate justices. They know how to remove representative. Are we having Kabina Jana 2.0? What's going on with Unity Party? Is it a good political strategy to remove Yaka? Would that be any, issue 2029? Is the Unity Party opening, doing this just to have a by-election, to test their strength? Can they win? If they put up a candidate, can that candidate win? These are some troubled time in our country, and we will be discussing the Yaka issue. Yaka is coming on. Listen, let me say this. It is very important for us to know that at the end of the day, the group that brought President Bouaka with God above, they fought for President Bouaka to be president today. Quiet elimination is taking place. Prophet Key is in jail. Martin Collins still contemplating whether he will come to Liberia. Mike Jabate with other job, they put you on under the table payment because he doesn't have a job, so they pay you under the table. Henry Pedro Costa is quiet, let's pay. What's going on with Unity Party? Is this one of the best way to go to just eliminate your general that brought you the victory? What did he do? People are flexing the muscle and say it is within our rules to expel you, Yeke. We'll have that conversation today. I also want to announce that today, like I said yesterday, the National Security Advisor, Prince Johnson, the former Defense Minister Daniel Zianka, testified today in court, like you were calling for, Emmanuel George, that they have never seen a transaction involving the Samuel Twe case. That how it went, and we were talking about this, Emmanuel, because you've been beating on the government for this one. But they went to court today. They make a move. Let's talk about all the issues surrounding our country. We can announce we'll be calling Anthony Baoko that the government released all 29 members of SUP. Those students were released today. Pressure from their lawyer. Will the government now carry on and some indictment and take these young men to court? What's going on in our country? I hope we can squeeze B. Martin in. B. Martin is walking away with billions of United States dollars while our country begged for $3.5 million to renovate the Capitol building. What are your lawmakers saying? The whole country is in Jobo Jobo. The whole country is in Jobo Jobo. So I want to encourage you, John, continue to follow school. We have other story that we'll bring up today. A lot is happening in our country. President Bouaka should be returning, or he has returned, or whatever the case may be. Then after taking a week rest, he will now leave the country to travel to the United States of America, California. Thereafter, the President Bouaka will now be also going to Rhode Island to take a well-deserved break. Break from where? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Spoon Talk. Let's have fun. I'll be bringing Mariah Yakula Councillor Mariah Yakula Kopo. She will be representing Yeke Koruba, one of the lawyer to Yeke Koruba that went to the place there today to represent Yeke Koruba. But everybody for and better great day. To you, Dr. Preston Chinua Richardson, welcome to the show. It's good seeing you, my sister. I know you're at work. Whenever you can leave, we appreciate it, but it's good that you're starting the program with us. To you, Dr. Randall Rudolph Masio Buple, as always, from Contiton. I think that's your university name. I have a question. Why your university don't protest, but only the University of Liberia student protesting? We'll talk about that later. I mean, this is not fair. AMU refused to protest. Cottington refused to protest. Only University of Liberia student protesting. The government-owned university protesting. But these other universities refuse to protest. What are you guys doing differently? We're going to bring in Dr. Emmanuel George from ANC. Dr. George, it's good to have you. Gibson Jerry, as always, from LPP. He's supporting Tewan Gonglo / CDC. We're bringing him in Fubi Henry, the former treasurer man from ANC. He doesn't know where he belongs right now. We're also bringing J. Jefferson Chessie. Always, it's good to have you, my brother, representing CDC on the show. I heard something today that was so amazing. They say, any opposition unity party without Mr. Cummings is dead. And I want to leave it like that. I know that is too deep. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget we have Wilfred Bangrura on the show on Thursday to go deeper into the MDR, and he will be representing the political party MDR on our show. So let's get into the Yeke conversation. I will bring in Yeke lawyer, our own sister, on and off sister, Councilor Mariah Yakula Kapal. It's good to see you, Mariah, as always. Thank you for joining our Councilor.
Thank you. Which one off and on, sister?
Yeah, so now you can, you're up and on. So now you can, you want can. I put you up there with all your ANC members. Oh, I forget that. Richardson, you say ANC? Okay, let me have my show, ladies and gentlemen.
ANC, always ANC.
What's the ANC? Always the ANC. That is CC, CMC, ANC, that is CC. Right there. But I want to say, yes, indeed, we got a lot to talk about today. Mariah, it's good to see you on Spoon. I know we've been fighting with this whole Yeket issue today. They call him. Bring us up to speed. We have to play some of the video. We got to hear from you. Yeke will be joining us thereafter. I don't know whether he's allowed, but a lot of development here, Mariah. You were in court with some of the other lawyers. What happened? Bring us up to speed, please. Welcome to Spoon.
Thank you, Stanton. And it wasn't court. It was the
House of Representatives. You're right. Yeah, that's good.
But it's important to clarify that. So basically, Yeke had reached out and hired a team of lawyers. He, I believe, according to him, was giving his citation on Thursday to appear on Monday. And Friday was a holiday. Saturday and Sundays, no working days. And so the citation asked him to appear with his legal representative. And given that law offices are closed on the weekends and holidays, so I think he requested them to give him some time to find a lawyer on Monday, which they gave him 2 days on Wednesday. So he reached out, and Tuesday, Wednesday, we met. And we asked him for the citation and the documentation he was served, and he submitted them to us. And basically, it was the citation asking him to appear to the hearing on Monday, the complaint from Representative Sumo Moba, and the complaint from Police Director Gregory Coleman. There were no evidence or pieces of evidence attached. The complaint had a lot of allegations, mostly around violations of the Constitution, Articles 76 of the Constitution. They talked about Article 38 and several others. It also referenced the Penal Code, which is Section 11.1 on treason. Article 76 is also on treason. And it talked about infamous crimes. So it had a lot of accusations. And it also talked about Yeke's statement being contrary to the government of Liberia's position. It talked about the Guinean authorities celebrating Yeke's statement or referencing it or using it. And so we wanted to see what the evidence they had was to be able to prepare his defense to guide the process. And we decided to write them requesting that, and courtesy as well as showing up today was to basically go along with them and ask them for these documents, and also the rules governing the procedure, because every procedure to be able to know how it's going to go, and we asked them for those things. And so they asked us to introduce ourselves. I think it was live. Most people watched. We did. And then Councillor Jane, who's the lead on the team, informed them that we had a submission to make. They later asked us to make our submission, which I read to them. And then they asked for a 30-minute break after a few back and forth. And during the break, there were consultations, as the committee chair mentioned. And, their concern was they only have 10 days. They don't have time. We're asking for 5 to 7 days to review the evidence they will submit to us. And so they wanted to proceed. And we said, it's unethical of us to even proceed with a hearing with a client that we don't know what the evidence we have against the client is. So a key part of due process, I know this phrase has been used a lot the last couple of days, but a key part of due process is not only citing the person to a hearing, but it's giving them notice of the evidence you have against them so that they can have time to respond, to prepare the response or the defense to that, and also to be represented by counsel. So what was lacking in today's hearing were, one, the evidence not being submitted before the hearing. And so we asked them to give us some time for them to submit the evidence to us, for us to review it and help with his defense. And two, during the process, they informed us that we couldn't speak and we had to speak through him, the client. And so we thought that was not just unconstitutional, but the Supreme Court has been very clear about that in 2016, that where lawyers are present to represent the client in terms of the issue with Grace Carr in the House of Representatives, that stopping the lawyers from speaking and representing the client was stripping the individual of their fundamental rights. And so we informed them of that and said, look, we understand you have your rules. We understand this is a legislative proceedings, but even in your rules, House Rules 48, you talk about due process in the citation. So the client, you mentioned that you gave him due process. And so part of due process is these things that we're asking for. And so they took the break. We came back and they basically said they could not provide the evidence they were proceeding. In fact, they said, Yeke, as a member of the House, you have the rules. And we said, no, we're just asking for the rules on these proceedings, but most importantly, the evidence. And so once they made a decision to proceed without giving us the request or by denying our request, it didn't legally, we just couldn't proceed with the trial. It was a gross violation of his due process rights. And so we told them that we could not continue to be in the trial or in the hearing. I keep saying trial, in the hearing, because we didn't have anything to prepare Yeke on or his responses to the evidence. Even the statements that they attributed to him, if you say you made these statements, you should be able to give the person the statements they made as well. And so I think the letter was submitted to them. It states clearly all of what we were asking for. And so when they refused to grant that request, and even during the 30-minute break, at some point there was a conversation around, okay, if we give the evidence, can we resume tomorrow? And we said, sure, we can, even if you can't give us the 5 days to review it, we can do all-nighter, review what you have, and we can come back tomorrow at 10. And, they said, okay, so we thought that was at least a compromise or something. But when we went back, they said, no, they were proceeding. So we said, no, we can't proceed with that. And Yeke, of course, was asked, do your counsel, your lawyers have asked for these things? And he said, I didn't receive any evidence before coming here. So what my lawyers are asking for, how do I prepare to respond if I don't know what you're requesting? And so he said, since they have refused for him to be represented by counsel, refused to give him a notice of the evidence against him, he couldn't proceed. And so we left. And apparently I heard that they proceeded with the hearing in his absence. And that's where we are. You muted.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute myself. Thank you, Mariah. Thank you very much, Councillor, for joining us and actually bringing us up to speed. We got so many videos that we got ready and we will be sharing it. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you. All right, Dr. Bopla left. So, Dr. Richardson, we are hearing from Mariah, and we follow the how you call it, the trial or the hearing or whatever terms we may put that to. Something is happening here. You have any concern question for the lawyer that are representing Yeke? And I know we will have our own say, but what say you, Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, Mariah, thank you, Councillor Yakula Kopo, thank you for coming on the show to update
Mariah
us.
is fine.
Okay, thank you for saying that. Thank you for just coming on phone and also telling us what's going on with Yeke and for all the hard work that you do for women advocacy. I do follow your post a lot, and I see, the announcements that you make and your Friday show on domestic violence. So thank you for doing that. My question to you, do you want to just elaborate on the definition for treason? So, because I heard you say that one of the things, the complaint said that he violated Article 76 of the Constitution that highly relates to treason in the Penal Code. Can you just tell us what evidence might one be looking for when you're accusing somebody of treason, and did the government present that evidence to us? I'm not hearing you.
You unmute.
Oh, okay. So I say, come in, let me open law class here. So just 1 second, let me pull this up. Now, so treason is both a constitutional provision under Article 76, and it's also a criminal offense under our criminal code, section 11.1. And one of the things that I told someone recently is, over time we changed our laws, right? And they basically said that the Yeke's statement in one of the Yeke's statement was a betrayer of the government or so, and that was treasonous of the government's position. In fact, we even asked them, what is the government, please provide to us the government's position that you're accusing him of going against. And we looked into the issue around treason in our previous criminal code, as well as our new Constitution of 1986 and our new penal code. And so to go back to the 1956 penal code, which is the old penal code, treason then included betrayal of the government. That is not in our current penal code of 1972. And so sometimes I think people don't either recognize that the laws have changed or they're still stuck in the past. And I also mentioned at some point that even under our current penal code, as late as 2019, sedition was repealed. And so sometimes even things that people would say, or you claim people would say that would have been under sedition, cannot apply because that's no longer law. And so under our new penal code, we do not have betrayal of the government as part of treason. So if you're accusing a lawmaker of betraying the government or the government's position and claiming that it's treasonous, then it appears that you're looking at the 1956 code, which is no longer in effect. So under the 1956 code, treason had A, B, C, D, E, F, G list, like 7 grounds of things that constitute a treason. Those were changed in 1978 to just 5 grounds. And so under the 1978 penal code, that's not a part of treason, right? And the exact provision of the Penal Code from 1978 is what's in the 1986 Constitution, right? So what you see in the Penal Code at 11.1 is what is in the Constitution at Article 76. And those 5 grounds that are under treason does not include betrayal of the government. Now, it's the Eke statement treasonous. Treason is one of the highest crimes we have in our jurisdiction, right? It's a felony, first degree. And if you are accusing a lawmaker or any person of treason, you have the right, and I think Councillor Gongo spoke to that, to charge them and prosecute them. It's a crime. The question is, can the legislature have hearings on criminal offenses? Let's not forget that all of the complaints we got, including the citations, did not accuse Honorable Koluba of any violation of any house rules. There is nothing in the complaint that states a house rule that was violated. It states violation of the Constitution and violation of the Penal Code. So the question is, does the House Committee, can the House investigate violations of the Constitution? Constitutional violations are strictly under the judiciary branch of government, and criminal offenses are to be prosecuted by the executive. So if the House is investigating actions that are violations of the House rules, of course, as legislative, is under the purview. But the question, since we're talking about treason, remains that was Yekel's statement that they allude to him. Are they treason? Is it treasonous? And then the question also is the House Committee, do they have the jurisdiction to hear constitutional matters or to have hearings on criminal allegations? So that for me is, so I don't know if we have the time for me to go through the treason, the 5 grounds of treason under 1978 Penal Code, but I think for the benefit of those watching, we probably should, so that we're able to understand what it is. But then again, it's whether we have the time to. But just briefly, under Article 76, treason consists of 1, levying war against the Republic.
You got another question?
Levy
Oh,
war
I'm sorry,
against.
I'm sorry. Direction, you got another one?
Thank you for clarifying the wordings that were in, a previous constitution and the current constitution. So thank you for clarifying that. My second question to you: why isn't the committee using the House rule and the judicial system as opposed to their committee that they're using now? Do you have any guess that you want to speculate, or any speculation about that? Why are they just using, why are they calling court in the House, in the legislature, as opposed to using the judicial system or going by the House rule if they say that he violated the law? Why are they not using the House rule? Why are they also not using the judicial system? They are using their committees. Do you have any speculation?
Well, I mean, that's for, librarians to ask. The question is, why is the police director, who is responsible to investigate criminal allegations and bring charges, not doing so, rather than complaining or writing the House about a member? And some people say, oh, you can't arrest a member of the legislature. That is not true. You can't. And so to say that the police director has to write and complain a lawmaker that he is alleging criminal offenses on is it beats my imagination, because the police have the right to investigate crimes and bring charges and prosecute, right? And secondly, the Constitution also is very clear about disputes between lawmakers or and non-members of the House, and where those disputes are on the basis of criminal offenses that are justiciable, or any offense that's justiciable before the courts, the House is not supposed to hear those matters. And I think that's why at some point during the hearing today, they excused the police director because he was sitting there as a witness in the hearing, and it just made it look a bit bad. So I think at some point they excused him and told him, oh, we're just going to go off of the complaint from our colleague. But remember, when they cited Yeke to the hearing, they attached both the police director's complaint and the representative complaint. The second thing also is the House in the hearing decided, of course, they should use the rules because it's supposedly a legislative hearing. However, the House rules cannot supersede that of the Constitution, especially in regards to due process. But the House rules also talks about due process, right? And it specifically provides that persons, undergoing investigation in the House will be given due process, and that is right to face the accuser, right to legal counsel, right to having the evidence to properly prepare a defense. We can go into the specific language, but the House rules provide for that. Where we differ with the House today was when they said that the lawyers cannot speak for the client, and that we can only speak through him and to tell him what we want him to say or to guide him. And Justice Janet reminded the presiding officer, the chair of the committee, who's also a lawyer, that I think a lawyer or law student, forgive me, I don't quite remember, but reminded him that the Supreme Court had ruled on that quote unquote rule from the legislature that lawyer cannot speak when representing a client at the legislature. And the court basically said it was in the Greenspan case versus the House. Greenspan had been cited for, I think, contempt. Her lawyer was Councillor Pearl Bamboo. And at the hearing, they told Councillor Boo the same thing, that you cannot speak here. This is a legislative hearing. You're only here to guide your client. Anything you want to say, you got to say it to your client. And so they went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, no, when legal representation requires a lawyer to speak, it can be through the lawyer, it can be through the person, or it can be through both. And it requires a lawyer to speak for the client. Stopping the lawyer from doing so is stripping the client of their constitutional right or the fundamental right. And basically the court, what a lot of people don't know and interesting is that ruling, I think it was given by Justice Janet, who now represents Yeke. So he reminded them of that and said, even though you have your rules, but that specific rule that you're talking about, that you're saying it is your House rule that lawyers can speak for the client here, that was passed on in 2016. And you are basically violating the Supreme Court's ruling by saying that. So that's I guess where.
So Mariah, because we are many, I really want to dig deeper into this though. Do you think they were aware that the lost student James Colette and the rest of them, that they're doing something like they did during the fire time, the allegation on Fanatico Fire and the rest of them, bringing up a jungle justice here? I know you're a professional person. I don't want to put you in that conversation, but how can you help them understand that the Constitution supersedes everything nonsense they were saying in there from James Colette and the rest of them?
So, Stanton, when you're guiding a process, because I want to be very clear that this is not a case that you're making a case for your client before a juror or the jury or judge, or you can determine the outcome of the hearing or the voting process by the lawmakers. You cannot. You're only there to ensure that the process is legal. It follows the due process is granted to your client, and ensure that the process goes well. So to your question about how do you correct them or help them and stuff, it was quite difficult, because at one point, even when Councillor Mastercoy told the chairman, let me correct you on something you said, and he said, no, that legislature, you can't correct us. So and change that word. Don't use correct. He said, say, I got information. Let me provide information. And so I started laughing. So I said, okay. Councilor Masoko, they provided information. So just to even say, let's correct this, it was an issue when Councilor Masoko said it. So it's difficult to guide that kind of process. And then it went to the point where they say you can speak as lawyers. So if we can speak, how are we supposed to guide the process? How are we supposed to
So let me play
ensure
that
that?
video. While you're there, we're bringing the rest of the guys, Dr. Beauclair, Emmanuel George, Jefferson, Gibson, because, ladies and gentlemen, it's good for us to discuss on the Yeka issue. It's very, very important for you to understand. Are we walking back to that ultra virus situation that the code went into the jungle justice scenario, right? And as of today, we got a regime speak over it. But that's our own after thing here when the professional Councilor Mariah leave. I don't want to pour in situation because this is before them. But I've seen something here that the guys are fearless in breaking the law based on a rule that would never ever supersede the Constitution. But again, listen to what they say. We got a couple of clips. Let's play the first one.
The record of it, just a fun aspect. Yeah. So we now afford the opportunity to the senior council to read the submission. Then from there, it's on the basis of the submission made that the committee will proceed to the next interaction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable James Colette, Chairperson, House Committee on Rules, Orders, and Administration, House of Representatives, Capitol Building, Monrovia, Liberia. Request for evidence in keeping with due process. Dear Honorable Colette, we've been hired by Honorable Yeke Kaluba, representative of District Number 10, Montserrat County, to serve as its legal representative in a hearing to be held by the House Committee on Rules, Order, and Administration. We have reviewed the citation for hearing served on him and find it lacking sufficient information to properly represent him. In order to adequately prepare his defense, we herein request all evidence in your possession being relied on to include but not limited to 1. Statements, audio, video, or written attributed to our clients. 2. The official position of the government of the Republic of Liberia as referenced in your citation. 3. The celebration and dissemination, in quotations, of the statements by Guinean authorities as referenced in the complaint and your citation. 4. The House rules governing these proceedings. Permit me to also add the report from the first sitting as just read. Having adequate notice of the evidence against him is a requirement under the principle of due process, which you have committed to withhold. In addition to the above, we also request a period of 5 to 7 business days to enable us review the evidence requested and provide ample representation to our client. Mr. Chair, it is our reasonable belief that your committee is committed to ensuring that due process is upheld, and as such, our request will be granted in keeping with law and practice. Thank you for your kind consideration. Signed, Councilor Cabinet Janet, Councilor Jonathan Massaquoi.
So there you have a Mariah. Let me give the guys a chance because it's going to be very, very interesting tonight, ladies and gentlemen. You want to follow the proceeding and exactly where we have found ourselves again. We're bringing Phoebe Henry, the Dr. George. We'll keep you for last, please, because this thing, I know you guys, we're not talking about ANC here, but you're related. So I will keep you for last, right? You and Mariah related on ANC. Phoebe, are you related too? We can make this, we can skip you. But go ahead, Phoebe. Let's see.
They kicked me out. They kicked me out. You're no longer there, so it's fine.
Nobody kicked me out, resign. Stop making those kind of comments.
So, Phoebe, let's get back to it. Talk to us now. Where are you?
Yes, so on the whole issue, like I said, that the House has a rules. The Constitution also on Article 38 gave the House the mandate to expel for a cause with due process. And that cause is not defined. So that cause can mean anything that the House deemed necessary and negative. So we can say tracing another cause, but that can be a cause for them. So my own take for Yeke, the energy he's using to get lawyers, he should use that energy to lobby with his colleagues. Yeke only needs 25 persons, he and 24 others, to abort that plan. Anything other than that, if those guys get the 49, they will kick Yeke out. And the Supreme Court cannot reverse that decision. So at this stage, he should be lobbying with the colleagues to get the number to abort that expulsion plan. That's the only thing Yeke can do. All the other things, like just the formality, we talk, we do all the legal jargons, but at the end of the day, it is the numbers that are going to speak, and it is the number that will prevail. So that's my advice to him.
Right there, let's say I'm not going to go to ask for what Yeke will negotiate here and there. You say, for of course, it is not defined. So let's ask Mariah. She's here representing Yeke. What say you about that, Mariah?
You know, Stanton, one of the things that I would want us to remember is that we have one body of law that supersedes every other rule, law, regulation, act, anything else, and that's the Constitution. And if we are serious about upholding, the rule of law, then we will uphold the Constitution in all of its glory. The issue around costs, regardless of what the legislature chooses costs to be, the Constitution clearly provides for separation of powers. And that separation of powers doctrine clearly states that no one branch shall conduct the affairs of the other or perform the duties of the other. The legislature make laws. They determine, the laws that they make. The judiciary is responsible to interpret the laws. Judicial authority is with the judiciary, not with the legislature, even though they may exercise what they call quasi-judicial authority with these kinds of hearings. But to say that the legislature can have a hearing on constitutional matters when the Constitution clearly says that the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction over constitutional matters, and to say that the legislature can have hearings on what they call, for example, felonies, crimes that are spelled out in the penal code, I find that a bit disturbing, because then it's letting the legislature do the work of the judiciary or persecuting the work of the executive. What we're saying is the legislature have the right to discipline their members as provided for in the Constitution, but even in that provision, it says in line with due process. So that due process right is something that is a constitutional right that no rule, regulation, or anything from the very legislature can override. So yes, of course, the political aspect or the lobbying aspect or whatever it is not something that we have any part to play in. We're not members of the legislature. Our role is very limited, and of course, Yeke, as a member of the legislature, can do that with his colleagues. But let us not mix the two, right? When we as a people and with this platform are talking about these issues, let's not mix the two. The political lobbying, voting is one, and then there is the issue around the hearings and due process and upholding the Constitution. Our job as lawyers is to ensure that the Constitution is upheld. And let me be clear, while the Supreme Court will not hear or act on purely what they call political questions or actions of the legislature, the Supreme Court can review decisions from the legislature, actions from the legislature that violates due process or constitutional provisions. The court has been very clear about that. The power of judicial review that the judiciary has, it's over any action that violates the Constitution, regardless of what branch it comes out of, whether from administrative body or the legislature, right? So we cannot say that the House has the right or the constitutional right to punish the members, and they can do it any way they want. The law says you have the right to punish, but do it in line with the Constitution, do it in line with due process. So if that is not done, the Supreme Court can hear that matter and can rule on it. So I just go back to again the Grace Pond case, right, where the Supreme Court ruled that they did not proceed in line with her fundamental rights, that it did not proceed in line with her right to adequate representation by counsel, and the court said that contempt that they had charged her with or found her guilty of was not legal, and so the court ruled against that act, because even though it was it was a legislative function, and the Constitution provides for legislative contempt, but it was not done in line with the law. I just
Thank
want us to
you.
be.
So thank you. Let me bring in Dr. Bopler. Dr. Bopler, let's bring it in before your internet trip you off again, and then first thing, Chinaway, Dr. Richardson want to squeeze in something quick. Ladies and gentlemen, we can announce that we'll be bringing Councilor Bahu Court. Indeed, don't forget they have released all the SUP students that the Liberia National Police arrested. They released them today. We'll talk about that as well. We also heard about Mr. Coleman speaking concerning the B Mountain issue. We'll discuss that. We're also going to be discussing the Samuel Twelve case today. Prince C. Johnson, the NSA director, and that of former defense minister, legal military defense advisor to the president, Daniel Zanga, they testify in the FIA case against Samuel Twelve. Dr. Bopler, let's hear you on this Yakan matter, sir.
Thank you, CEO, and good evening, Mariah. Good to see you. Thanks for sharing some light on this matter. The Constitution does give the first branch of the right to expel a member for cause, corruption, misconduct, incompatible with public trust, and those kinds of things. And Article 38 says that they can set their own rules, which the following now, it seems like, because you were at the Rules Order Committee with your client. Do you think, though, that from a legal standpoint, that this is more just comfort for your client versus defense? Because I think you said at the beginning that this is not a matter where arguments will be considered like by a jury. It's more like comfort for your client because it seems like they're following just a legislative process.
So I think it depends on what, again, the proceedings around this process is. So one of the things is before you go into a process, you have to know what the rules are governing this, what's going to be allowed. Is the person going to have time to ask the accuser questions? Are they going to have the opportunity to present evidence on their behalf to defend themselves? So the rules around the proceedings, which is also what we asked for, I think it's in the letter, it determines that as well. Now, in terms of whether it's just comfort or it's just a legislative proceeding, in any proceeding where you ask to bring your legal representation is to be able to defend yourself, and to be able to also, if you wish to, provide your own evidence. But before you even get to that hearing is to see what's the evidence that they have against you. So if I say whether it's a legislative proceeding or administrative or court or judicial, if I say you did this or you said this and it caused this, I should be able to show you what I have to substantiate those claims. And then you can come and say, no, this, and that, right? So that is basically the basic aspect of what they call due process. It's just notice on what it is that you said I did and how you said it affected X, Y, and Z. So if you say I violated the government of Liberia's position, or I disregarded or disagree with the government of Liberia's position, can you give me or show me what the official position of the government of Liberia has been on this issue? If you say Indian authorities use this, whatever statement you attributed to me, celebrated it, whatever, can you show me what you, because now, regardless of whether it's legislative or judiciary or administrative, he who alleges must prove. That's a constitutional mandate, right? So he who alleges must prove, and the person you are accusing should be given your evidence or anything you have against them to substantiate your claim so that they're able to respond. Now, if that had been given, then you are giving the person the adequate notice to be able to prepare their defense, because then they can look at the evidence and say, no, but either I didn't say this, or I said this because of this, or if I said this, this is why I said this, and that follows through. So
Thank
at the
you.
end of the day,
Fair enough.
legislative processes, yeah, regardless of
Fair
what
enough.
process it is,
Right.
it depends on the
So,
rules governing that.
so is it fair to say then that your role is primarily to ensure due process, and just in case it's not followed, so you can seek remedy beyond the legislative branch? Is it fair to say that?
It's fair to say that, because again, this is a political and what we call quasi judicial. It's a legal process, but it's also a political process, right? And so, regardless of what the House has the powers to do, it's to be done in the right way or constitutional way. And that's why even the last ruling from the Supreme Court that Stanton referenced, it talked about acting ultra virus outside of your jurisdiction, outside of your authority, outside of what the law is. And so any process, and I keep hearing people say, oh, it's a legislative process and not courtroom. Regardless of what process it is, the constitutional provision for due process should be withheld. And that means giving the person the opportunity to see the evidence you have against them, giving the person the opportunity to be represented by counsel, giving the person the opportunity to meet the people accusing them. And then you said that's what they say a fair hearing or trial was heard. But in the absence of that,
Thank you.
they argued that it violated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mariah. This is James Collette. Again, he's the chair on the hearing committee that took place today. This is James Collette from Bond County. And again, in the photo, you see Gregory Coleman. I'm kind of, taking bad. Before that, Richardson squeezed in that one question, because we got a lot of folks here that want to ask questions. Mariah, it's illegal that they are honoring a letter from Gregory Coleman. Can you talk to us about they are punishing, or they will punish Yeke on Gregory complaint from the executive, though? Is that only the complaint from Gregory, or did they took Gregory letter, Representative Smoke, and file himself another complaint? It connect the dot here. Where are they fishing from now to make the case against Yeke?
Well, according to the citation, they say Yeke is both. They attached both Gregory's complaint and they attached Sumo's complaint. So it's both that, and that's why he requested the evidence from both. When we got to the hearing after the break, apparently during the break, someone must have whispered to them and said, hey, we're having the police director here as a witness in the legislative forum, the police director. So then, even if you decide you're going to go prosecute Yeke later, so the police director that can complain that the same person will carry on an investigation that is, impartial. And so at that point, I believe they told, they asked the police director that he could be discharged and he could leave, and they were going to use Sumo's complaint that was
So now
filed.
they drop police director complaint now? They drop that?
According to the chair of the committee today, when he discharged the police director, he said they were going to use Sumo's complaint.
Oh, wow. Now, Richardson, can you squeeze in your question, and we'll bring in Jefferson, Chessie, and the rest of the guys?
Thank you, Stanton, because I have to go. So sorry, guys. My question to you, Morara, is why does Yeke deserve protection of his due process? Everybody knows Yeke is not everyone's cup of tea. He's, rambunctious. He argues. He's, people can call him rude sometimes. Why does he deserve due process? Why are you representing him?
So, Dr. Richardson, the way the law is practiced, or the oath we take as lawyers, is really not to win cases, but it's to ensure that justice is done. And part of ensuring that justice is done is ensuring that everyone has the right to legal representation. And sometimes, I mean, even in other jurisdictions or here, regardless of what you are accused of, you have the right to legal representation. And legal representation does not necessarily mean for someone to help you get away with what you may or may not have done. Is to ensure that your rights are protected, right? Is to ensure that the process is free, is fair, is and impartial. Is to ensure that the rules are followed. Because under the law, procedural as well as substantive is just as important. How you proceed would matter. The rules you use, the procedures you use, they're just as important as the merits or the substance of the case. In fact, the Supreme Court has multiple times even dismissed cases, and courts have dismissed cases when you don't follow the procedure, the right procedure. But what we're saying is, regardless of what hearing it is, whether it's legislative, whether it's judicial, whether it's administrative under the executive branch, you just have to follow the rules. And our job is to ensure that the rules are followed, that our client has adequate representation. The law has said adequate representation. And in order to do that is to afford the person the opportunity to see all of what you have against them so that they're able to prepare a defense for themselves. And the very house rules provides for that. That whichever of the member or person that comes before them for investigation has due process, has the opportunity to prepare the defense. And that's consistent with our organic law. So in representing Honorable Koluba, and it goes back again, whether you agree or disagree with what he said, we've not even discussed the substance of what he said. Remember, none of this has gotten to the point of discussing the substance of what he said or what he's alleged to have said. It has only been on the process, the procedures followed. And that is the procedural aspect of this. So any, hearing or investigation for any whether it's executive, judicial, or legislative, must follow due process, and whoever is accused must have the opportunity to be represented by counsel. And that is just what we do as lawyers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. I want to bring in our brother Jefferson Chessie. The rest of the guys will be asking the question. Mariah, thank you a lot. You ready? A lot of people watching, by the way, and the commenting. I'll bring the comment up later. I'm not quoting their names. Lawmakers are watching you too. And again, it will be very important for us to speak to this YECAT issue. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the first segment. We'll be here up to 12 a.m. because we got a lot to cover. We must cover it up. Who can stay, who can go. But let me bring you on, Jefferson Chessie, your question or your comment while we have Councilor Morale Kopoye.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening to everyone. Morale, thank you for the information you're providing. I'll just make a statement. But before let me just say something. To say that the House will expel YECAT and there's nothing the Supreme Court can do is a terrible statement that always coming from those that support the Unity Party. The Supreme Court is the salt of our nation. If the House of Representatives is saying that there's nothing the court can do, the court is saying there's nothing the executive can do, the executive is saying there's nothing the legislature can do, where are we going as a country? We need to stop this. But I'm saying here that the House of Representatives can expel YECAT. They can do that. But if they're accusing YECAT of a crime, let the Ministry of Justice, prosecute YECAT through a court of competent jurisdiction, and then find him guilty by a juror, and then let the House of Representatives expel him because he's been convicted of a crime. Other than that, for them to continue to proceed the way they proceed, in my mind, is dangerous for our country, and I think they should be free from doing that. The House of Representatives should not expel YECAT. It will be against our Constitution. It will be against the rule of law, and it will be against his rights. For once, let us do the right thing. If you feel YECAT committed a crime, prosecute him through the court, and let the court convict him through a legal process.
And then the House of Representatives can decide to expel him based on the conviction. Other than that, it goes completely against our laws. It's unfair to the Republic. It's unfair to every citizen in our country. The House of Representatives should be a place of sanity, not a place where misguided people can sit and make decisions against our Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jess. Gibson, do you have your question?
No, I'll just make my first comment if we have more time because she doesn't have a lot of time, maybe. So, the first time I will agree with Phoebe on two grounds. Don't beat on Phoebe because he said something and maybe he just said it outrightly. This issue is both political and legal. And what Councillor Kobo is going through now, Yakula Kobo is going through now, is the disposition of law issues. It has nothing to do with the merit of the case. And she said that they have not even gone into the merit of the case. All they want is the legal rights to be heard, to be served with precepts and be acquainted with his charges and to be able to put up an adequate defense for the charges. And that's what they are going through now. If I'm quoting her very well, if I'm represent her very well. And that's my understanding too. But this is a political and legal matter. The legal matter, Councillor Coburn will take care of that. And Councillor Cabinet Janet will take care of that. They will insist that the law issue should be taken care of. And if the House doesn't listen, they can take a flight to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court can insist and say, look, no, you can't do that to him. He has to know what he's answering to. And they can remand the case for hearing to settle the law issue. It could be. But like what could be said, this whole thing is about voting. Even if all the law issues are put in place for Yeke, if everything were put in place according to the book, at the end of the day, it will come to voting. And that's what Fubi were talking about. Maybe he's selling in a way that looks like he didn't lay it down very well for other people. It will come to voting. And that's where the political aspect come in. And that's why he said, what Yeke need to do now is to lobby with his colleagues to deny this bill of 49 or 48 votes. I think 48 or 49 votes. In that way, they cannot remove him. My problem is, Stanton, this government that we have is not a respecter of the law. Even if you go to the Supreme Court, even the Supreme Court remand the case for proper process. These people don't respect the law. And James Collar again. James Collar is going down in history as the most irregular or disrespecter and a more corrupt official of the House of Representatives. He has done that many times. Okay, he is in the center of controversy that continue to defy our laws. And this is really repudiating of our judicial system and of our legal processes. And the House of Representatives hearing is a quasi-judicial forum. So they have to adhere to due process. And that's what Councillor Kobo are talking about. Even if you think you are a House of Representatives, you are a quasi-judicial forum. So the law applies to you for you to certify due process. And that's what she's talking about. But this government doesn't care. Joseph Boyka is an abuser of law. He is a person who would never respect whatever legal process that is put in place. He would do anything that he want to remove Yeke. They would do anything. In fact, what I'm hearing, if it is true, they were already trying to get money to bribe people to vote Yeke out. That's what I'm hearing right now. I got ears too in the House of Representatives. So they will bribe people, as they always do. Think about the speaker case. They will spend days, almost 200 days, at a private hotel where thousands of Liberian taxpayer money was spent just to remove a single speaker. This is repugnant to our process. I don't care how you don't like Yeke, but these are things that make the people to lose faith in our processes, in our lawmakers, in our officials, in our government. And this will go down as another example of the Joseph Boakai government tyrannical attitude. And what is happening at the House, we call that judicial tyranny. I mean, legislative tyranny. And it's going to be answered one day. All of these people that are doing these things, trust me, they will answer to the people one day. They can't go scot-free. Somebody will answer to the people.
So thank you. Let me bring in someone because the councilor have to leave. I understand she came here for this one purpose, but it's good to hear that you're coming too strong. We can have this after. Let me bring in my brother and friend Dr. Emmanuel George before bringing Kev Hassan, Jacob Jala, and Isaac Doe. Dr. George, this is getting bad for our country image. But talk to us. Can you unmute, sir?
Thank you, Councilor, my learner sister, for being on here tonight, representing Yake. Good to see you. Good evening, everyone. My question is simple. I know it's ABC for you. If a legislature was arrested today for either domestic abuse or driving and breaking traffic law, what would the police do? Would they issue a ticket and ask him or cite him to the court of law, or are they going to file a formal report at the national legislature?
I think we all know what the police would do. I mean, consistent with law, the police would do what they have to do. Lawmakers can be arrested for crimes that they commit. So I think it's clear we know what the police is going to do. This is just, as we said, is unusual for the police to complain a lawmaker of alleged actions that borders on criminal violations of the penal code. So if you are accusing a lawmaker of violating, treason acts or national security or issues that are justiciable before the court, you know what the police, the Ministry of Justice would do. They would investigate. If they have probable cause, they would charge and they would forward to court. We've had instances where sitting lawmakers were forwarded to court. So it's not unheard of for a sitting lawmaker to be forwarded to court if their charges for criminal offenses. We've seen it multiple times. So we all know the answer to that question.
Okay. The second question I have on our law, I don't want to pretend to be a lawyer. Is it the police that send cases to the court for adjudication or the Ministry of Justice?
So it is, the police is actually under the Ministry of Justice. I think a lot of people don't know that or connect that, but the police is an arm under the Ministry of Justice. Like the DEA, the police, the other institutions. But the police is under the Ministry of Justice. So the police can, I may or may not be right about DEA, but police definitely under the Ministry of Justice. The police can investigate. The police can come up with charges. The police can charge you and forward you to court, or the police can work with the county attorney and solicitors, prosecutors to have a grand jury come up with an indictment, which is also the charges against you for a criminal offense, and they prosecute. The police turns it over to the prosecuting arm and they go ahead with that. So the police can investigate and forward you to court. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariah Katz. Before I'm going to bring in Jacob, and we're going to talk to you and Asido, folks. If you have question for Councilor Mariah Yakula, what we have on, post your question. This is concerning the Yeka Koruba case. Again, a lot of interesting stuff took place today. We'll play the video. Let me bring in Jacob Jala from CMC. Jacob.
And just before Jacob come in, I also wanted Dr. George, to your question, where I said there are several instances. One instance is Deputy Speaker Tukpa Moba. He was arrested and charged by the police. So, yeah.
Thank you. Jacob?
Yeah, mine would basically just be a comment. Hopefully, I can figure out a question at the end of it. If not, then it'll just start by being a comment. I followed the hearing today by way of internet online. This one covering the other network. Uh, and of course, I just saw my political leader, Musa Belete, who's a member of the legislature, also uh, uh, doing a letter for the attention of the speaker of the plenary of the legislature, bringing to focus quite clearly some of the issues the councillor has raised here today around due process, around right to evidence, and to have the opportunity to face the accuser and all of that. And I think it is so important to try to get this process right. Now, from the political perspective, for me, I just believe that entire process is simply just a ruse, some kind of like activity that is going on in an attempt to placate a decision that these people have already made politically. Because I listened to the deputy speaker when he was on air earlier on this week, and he was emphatic as a leader of the legislature that there is going to be action taken against Mr. Yeke Koluba. So when I see the how they call it, the committee headed by Colette, trying to frustrate the process, undermine the council's right, or the accused right to provide an adequate defense for himself through his counsel, I just see this is just a self-fulfilling prophecy from the deputy speaker to say this, they already want to do this thing. So it just for me seen as a phenomenal waste of our time, because they have a decision already on a political level, and probably the lawyers or Yeke Kolba will utilize other avenue under the law to go to the Supreme Court or other bodies to seek additional redress. But I just think these guys will just proceed as what they do, because that's how disgraceful this legislature is. They're never going to do the right thing, and I have precisely no hope that they will do the right thing.
Jacob, thank you very much. But I know I really want us to do this and really fight this thing up, because a lot of crazy stuff has happened, and it's happening right now when we talk about our Capitol building. And it's so surprising for us to sit here and we bring in the Grace Kwan case, the other case, the Cabinet Jana 2.0, and you find out all these things. Only Unity Party government know how to remove people illegally. That some may say, not me. They will remove you with an intent that they have the power to remove you. And who benefits? If we sit over here today, before I bring Kev Hassan on, you want to understand that Yeke, that was doing, you were playing the song, you were running in the water and all over. Today, Prophet Key is in jail. Unity Party celebrate. Today, the rest of them just, around trying to hustle. And the Unity Party thing is good. Today, we'll remove Yeke, because I'm the only person that know how to cause problem in the country. Whether we break the law, we'll remove Yeke. And they want to celebrate the political effect this going to have 2029. That's my own interest. That's my own interest. If you're not kill all the general on the political battlefront, who you got to carry you through? That's my own interest here. But hey, we were talking about bringing Kef Ahmed Hassan. I love to call the full name. It's a Muslim name, an Arab name. Kef Ahmed Hassan.
CEO, quickly, Kabila Jara or remove a CDC in United Party.
Anyway, all of y'all are the same family. I'll put it on United Party.
Anyway, let me say hi to everybody. Watching the program today, Mariah, I was watching you guys' faces, and my interpretation was, What a joke. That's what I saw on your on your faces. What a joke. So you mean the police director bypassed his boss and sent it to regime speaker against Yeke for treason? Hey man, Mariah, what country is this? Yeah, I saw you sitting there, and I said to myself, I said, wow, it's a mockery of our system. You know, there's a cabal that those guys form and say, you know what, just write us, we will handle it. We will move in. Don't go to the justice minister. Don't go to your boss. Because actually, the justice minister is supposed to be outraged. He's supposed to be outraged. Bypass him. But Mariah, let me ask you this simple. What will you guys do after they remove Yeke, if they succeed to remove Yeke? Will you guys go to the Supreme Court? Do you guys go to any other court? What step you guys will take if they succeed?
Well, Kev, I think that's a discussion for Yeke and his team to have and decide. Um, it will be very premature of me to answer that question, whether in the affirmative or the negative. It depends on the person affected, which is Yeke, what will be affected. And as his lawyers, we will guide him as well. We will advise properly. But ultimately, the decision as to what steps to take thereafter will be his.
But there's a remedy.
Of course, I mentioned that earlier. Every time any process, or quasi judicial or administrative process, is done illegally or done not within the constitutional confines, or done with disregard for the laws, there's always a remedy. The Supreme Court, I always tell people that the Supreme Court is not just for the judiciary, it's for the entire country, all the branches of government. And so it's the highest court and the final arbiter, right? So that final arbiter means anything anybody does, the Supreme Court can hear it if it's not done properly. So that's, always an option. But as to whether that option is pursued, it depends on the affected persons.
Okay, thank you. I think it's Isaac next. That's all I guess, Center. That's all.
But Stanton, may
I think Stanton talking with the people at the back. Yeah, you can go
I
on.
think
Yeah.
Kamala can go ahead. After that, then
Mariah,
I
I just ask one quick question.
John?
If Yeke is
I beg you, Jefferson, I beg you, let us go. You spoke already, please. Let us go. I beg you.
Yeah. How you doing, my dear? Thanks for coming on the show. You guys in the legal field probably can help us a little bit. My understanding is the legislature is investigating Yeke based on complaint filed by the police director. If somebody breaks the law in Liberia and the police were to take legal action, where should the police go? To the court for a law being broken? Or if you work at the executive branch, they will go to the president. Or if you work in the private sector, they will go to your office, like Echo Bank. Where should the police actually go?
The police goes to the court. The police investigates, and if they have probable cause, they charge you and send you to court. If it's a higher crime, they, I mentioned earlier, work with the county attorney and the prosecutors to have a grand jury bring an indictment and they charge you and send you to court. So that's what I know the police should do. And as I've said, even as it relates to lawmakers, we've had instances where lawmakers have been arrested and charged and sent to court. And we gave an instance of the former deputy speaker. So
Right.
maybe rescue
Because
is different.
the thing is, if you are claiming that you are in a political process, then what actually gave rise to that process should be a political happening. But if you got a legal happening and then want to take it into a political setting, it's a bit different and it confuses us a little bit because the police director is saying someone committed a crime. The only place you take crime to be heard is the court. If you think you want to remove someone based on political grounds, that will not come from a legal side. But I will say this though. Someone said, let's wait until they get 49. In case you forgot, let me remind you. They did not get 49 votes that was required to remove Speaker Kofa. They will not get 49 votes. They don't care. They will even get 3 votes, and they say only 4 persons sat. Since 4 persons sat, so the 3 votes means super majority. The guys don't care about what you call rule of law. And by the time they do, President Baka will put up his pen and walk with them. So if you think because the law requires them to get 49, so those people cared about what you call 49, you on your own. And just to end, Colette, someone was talking about him, is a very arrogant and a rude guy. And I'm very positive those are the people that will not come back. And I don't see any reason on this planet where a Colette will not face all of the persecution for the burning of the Capitol building. He can go up, he can come down, he can eat everything, he can be rude, he will face persecution for the burning. Colette's my friend, I know him. I know what he'll do. So I know he's an arrogant guy. I was listening to him today just being arrogant, like he knows what he was even talking about your oil in another place. But they can carry it on. President Barker is backing them because President Barker don't know what they call rule of law. He don't know it. When he hears rule of law, he can be the black snake. He cares about it. As soon as guys been doing their chaco, they call him, it's all done. But it's okay. That's the way. That's the country we have now. Hopefully, very soon, the real thing will come back, and the lives of Kolkole will be in court answering for the burning of the capital. Thank you.
Okay, so Mariah, let's before we wrap up with you, I guess some quick question. I'm back and forth on the phone with other people here and there. We got a lot to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Again, if you post your question, we'll read it. So Mariah, though, another gentleman, they say you were in there today and you heard that folks from the district complained, Yake, is that true? They wrote a letter. So if they put aside Gregory Kuman letter prior to you guys entering, right? But the clerk wrote Gregory Kuman, inviting him, like wrote everybody. But by then, they had already made a decision not to bring in Gregory Kuman. The next letter came from the district, the resident, right? And they didn't follow that. The only letter that they have on the table, that's represented small letter. So what you are saying, and the reason why they're going with Representative Small letter is because Representative Small is, part of the group. He is. What say you about that? They don't care about Gregory letter now.
So, Stanton, in fact, they mentioned, I've not looked at the dates of both. I probably should. They mentioned that small letter said I did. Anyways, so they mentioned in the hearing today when they decided to ask the police director to excuse himself, that they were going to go with Sumo's letter because, in fact, Sumo letter had come before the police director letter. And so that was the basis that they said they were going to go with Sumo letter because Sumo is a part of the legislature and he wrote a letter before the police director complained. But I have both small letter and the police director letter here. And the police director letter was March 25th, 2026, and small letter was March 30th. So the police director wrote before Sumo wrote, right? So they could not have said that they were disregarding the police director because Sumo had already written, when it's the other way around. Now, after they dismissed the police director's his letter, they said before they proceed, there was a letter that had come today and was read in plenary, and so they were sending it to the committee. Yeke has no copy of that letter. It was not part of the citation that was sent. As I mentioned earlier, the citation only has Sumo letter and the police director letter. So if they made a decision to remove the police director's letter before the hearing or before they cited Yeke, they sent the police director letter to Yeke. The police director was there earlier. According to the chair, the police director left. He called him to tell him we were starting, and he came back to be part of the hearing.
But Mariah, let me hold you right there. Mariah, let me hold you. Let me do this today. It is not because of who wrote the letter first. It is not because of who wrote the letter. I'm playing the devil advocate here, right? And I'm just speaking now, but there are people are watching you and making that argument. It is not because of who wrote the letter first. It's because it's a member. If they were to bring in the IG letter, then your argument will hold water. That's their argument against you. And not even the resident letter they consider. They are considering a member reporting and bringing about an investigation against another member.
So, Stanton, I think we're saying the same thing. I don't think there's any disagreement here. When we started speaking earlier, I said that for them to honor the police director's letter was even in violation of the constitutional provision. We said that complaints between non-members and members, which can be heard in court, cannot be heard by the legislature. I mentioned that earlier. And then I went further to say they may have been notified of that, which is why they excused the police director after the break. But I'm saying that in the chairman's comments, if you go back to the video from today, when he asked the police director to leave, or told the police director you can leave, he said that they were asking the police director to leave because Sumo, as a member, had written them before the police director even wrote them. That's what he said today. So that's all I'm referencing. I really don't care who wrote.
So the next thing they are saying, the followers are saying to you, the next thing the followers are saying to you, the reason why they took a 30 minutes break is because they went backstage to mitigate on the issue as to come up down to say where we are. You guys are lawyers. There was no reason why they should disrespect you guys, and they wasn't disrespecting you guys. They were holding you guys and listen. This is our area. We're going to discuss the issue and come back, right? So they went for a tete-a-tete. That's what, because it's a quasi-judiciary hearing area as well. They respected you guys, and they gave you. Listen, I'm not dead. I'm telling you exactly. Okay, I'm trying my best to relay. I'm trying my best. I'm a relay guy, right?
But what I'm also saying is, I was there in the break. We were also consulted during the break. And that's what I'm telling you. And that's why I said earlier that we're consulted during the break. So it wasn't that it was disrespectful during the break or whatever it was. It was trying to find a way forward. And part of the conversation was, if the evidence is given, we don't have 5 days.
So with all the evidence, and this is important now, with all the evidence that you asked for. Now, let me ask you this real quick, right? Let me push you a little bit. You're asking for this evidence. I know these guys didn't want to come in. If Yeke team, including you, there's no evidence given to you guys what happened. These guys are meeting tomorrow. They either take a recommendation tomorrow, or they either wait for next week Tuesday or Monday, right? But the committee meeting tomorrow, they have listened to you guys. Yes, we have listened to Mariah and her team. We will meet tomorrow and discuss whether there will be a recommendation or not. We will come forward. But again, if what you are asking for is not given, then what, Mariah?
That one let me Japanese English. If you say I did X, Y, and Z, and I say show me the evidence of what it is so I can be able to respond to it, and you say and I get evidence, I just say you did X, Y, and Z. Then that determines how you proceed, right? So if you have the, I didn't watch the after they completed the hearing, but I was told that I think Representative Smo was asked for the evidence by one journalist, and he said the evidence on Spoon. So if the evidence is Spoon's possession, is the evidence somewhere else?
That's
And
exactly what they said. I watch it. They said the evidence is on Spoon. That Spoon. Matter of fact, they said they will go on Spoon page and take the evidence from there. So the evidence.
Let us subpoena Stanton.
Yeah. So the evidence. And they said
But I think Stanton's question goes. I think Stanton's question is going to what legal remedy that will be available if the people say, you know what?
I understand, Jerry, but what I'm saying is, in any quasi-judicial process or any process, if they say he who alleges must prove. So if you say you did X, Y, and Z, it will say, okay, show all the evidence. They say, we'll not get evidence.
This is a Spoon. This is a
So
Stanton. So the evidence is Stanton.
So let's start the truth, right? I'd rather do a
It's not a joke. That's what they said.
Hold on now. Hold on. I want to go and bring that to Buple in here, back you, right? Let's give everybody a chance to close with Mariah. Man, Mariah, you're doing exceptionally well here tonight. We appreciate you. Yeah, but I don't know where you're running from Spoon for anyway. We thought I would be honest. Dada Buple, okay, Dada Buple, you go ahead. Let me take this call.
Is that your way of recruiting panelists?
They call it to become Mariah. Mariah.
But Mariah used to be on the show. She already got her credential in the person that follows Spoon. But no, so
they call it Stanton like crazy.
So Mariah's a lawyer, and the truth be told, she knows that you can find your evidence wherever your evidence is. So, if something were broadcasted, you can grab it and you can search for, validity and all of those things, veracity, blah, blah, blah. So I don't think, it doesn't matter where you get the evidence as long as it's valid. But I don't have a question again for Mariah. Maybe my question is, Mariah, how long you think this hearing with the committee is going to last? How long you suspect it's going to last?
Well, I can't speak to that. I don't know if it's unfortunately or if what I saw today online is confirmed, but I think LNTV, is it a government online platform, reported that they have concluded the hearing today without the accused or without Yake and his lawyers, that they went ahead to have the hearing and they concluded today. So as to how long the hearing will last, I can't speak to that. But if Yeke was giving his time to present his defense based on the allegations or the complaints and the evidence given to him, I don't think it's a long process. Again, as we said, it's a quasi-judicial process. It wouldn't follow the exact dictates of a court trial. So we're definitely we're not looking forward to that. We just basically wanted for them to follow the simple basic due process rules that the Supreme Court and the Constitution provides for checking what you got against him, allow his lawyers to be able to speak as the Supreme Court has ruled, and for him to face his accusers. So those are the basic things we wanted, as we said, before even getting into the merits. And that's what I think people are missing is, and Gibson, I think you spoke about it earlier. It's not even to the merit of what Yeke said or whether what Yeke said is treasonous as he's been accused of. and all of that other stuff. It's just basically just giving his basic due process rights and then start this hearing so that he can defend himself.
Mariah, thank you very much. Again, they are saying they listen to you. It's a quasi-judicial form system hearing that was conducted. They don't owe you anything about evidence. Not that
Pastor, can you tell them to stop calling you, though? Can you tell them to stop calling you because on the show? They can't be calling you. Why they keep calling you the whole day? Let them call on the show and come here like when people hear them. They should respect even their constituents too.
Everyone knows let them call the show.
Why are they calling you? Why they keep calling you?
It's also good for them to tell him. So he can say
Mariah,
I saw the committee chair, James Colette, following the show. I saw it me following the show.
But I don't know who not following Mariah. They say they have the evidence.
I'm telling you.
And they have the evidence. The evidence was presented, right, by Smo. They complained, and they are saying to you, Mariah, they are not forced to give you and your team, Yeke legal team, any evidence.
So let me speak to that. Let me speak to that. And again, the basic principle of due process has what they call notice. And sometimes words, legal words can have different meanings, but under the law, notice is just being made aware of something prior to, before. So if you say you want me to respond to something, you should be able to give me that thing you want me to respond to. Let me go do my own research, make sure I got my own defense ready, everything. Then we go for the hearing and I'm prepared to respond to what you say. But what they're saying is today, they wanted us to sit there and Sumo and gave complete presented evidence. And today we respond. I don't know what that process was, but there was no notice of what it was. So in basic due process principles, you have to give the person. So when they were sending the citation, for example, right, you say, here is the citation asking you to come to a hearing. Here the complaint, they attach the complaint. They attach the complaint, but the complaint they ain't attach any evidence for the complaint. Remember, if you say someone did something, you have the burden to prove that it did. He who alleges must prove. So that proof is the evidence that you send to say, yes, what you did. Yes, the impact. So to say that they provided evidence, and now let me go to I think 48.5 of the rule 48.5 is that no member shall be sanctioned, suspended, or removed from their position without prior notice of the charges against them. Your charges against you come with what you're accused of doing and the evidence against you. B, that a hearing be conducted before allowing the accused member to present their defense, that the process complies with the principle of fairness and due process as outlined in the Constitution. That's the rule. That's their rule. So how can you not say that you owe us evidence?
The rule said it. They should provide evidence.
It says it so that the person can be able to prepare the defense. And due process is given.
Yeah,
so
but they are saying the rule said provide evidence to Yeke, not to provide and team.
Oh, but you even provided to Yeke because what we had was what Yeke gave us. And remember, in the hearing, if you play the video, they asked Yeke, and Yeke said, yes, I've not received any evidence. That's why my lawyer's asking for it. Because what am I going to respond to? So it wasn't just to us. Now, everything they gave Yeke gave to us, which are, like I said, the citation Yeke gave to us, the complaint from Sumo, and the complaint from Gregory. Now, all the documents they gave Yeke, no evidence at all.
So hold on 1 minute, Mariah. Let me play Sumo presenting the evidence today because Sumo presented something today. Let's hear it.
Yeah, because according to him,
after viewing the evidence,
it's a leak of counsel. It's not being given the chance
please listen to this.
to
What
speak
this
on
is the
his
evidence you
behalf.
submitted.
So now, Honorable Sumo, the complainant, has submitted his evidence, and the evidence is about to be played.
my information from one survey that I have done. That place is for the Guineans. Remember what I'm saying today. Mark this and remember it. We had an argument today. We were plenty. People from Lofa were there. And people from Lofa know very well that that place, when you look at the map, that place is in the yellow. That particular place the Guineans are is in the yellow. People from Lofa are aware, they are informed, they are convinced. But let me tell you what's part of the situation, Stator. You know, the people doing money, Mr. Bwaka is doing money on the people water. And that was probably the problem.
So they're saying that he had presented.
Because I didn't hear anything.
You hear anything? Nothing. I'll play again.
Maybe you can put it in the chat room and she can play by herself. Why are you talking?
No, you gotta play again. Anybody else heard it? I didn't.
All right, let me play one more time. It's just 1 minute. Let me play one more time.
Yeah,
because according to him,
after viewing the evidence,
it's a leak of counsel. It's not been always not given the chance.
Please listen to this.
What
This is the evidence you submitted.
So now, Honorable Small, the complainant, has submitted his evidence, and the evidence is about to be played.
Remember what I'm saying. Mark this and remember from my information, from one survey that I have done, that place is for the Guineans. Remember what I'm saying today. Mark this and remember it. We had an argument today. We were plenty. People from Lofa were there. And people from Lofa know very well that that place, when you look at the map, that place is in the yellow. That particular place the Guineans are is in the yellow. People from Lofa are aware, they are informed, they are convinced. But let me tell you what's part of the situation, Stator. You know, the people doing money, Mr. Bwaka is doing money on the people water. And that was probably the problem.
Did you hear Mariah?
Yeah, I heard it now.
You want to speak to it?
So, Stanton, when we asked for the evidence, it was just one part of it. I don't know if you have the video that I read it or the letter that we wrote them. It was very clear there was a list of things. So what that is the statements that they're attributing to Yeke. So that's one part of it, right? And we asked for every video, audio, written statements that they're attributing to him that they said is treasonous. So if that's the only thing he submitted, it's not all of what we have asked for. So if you also look at that, they said his statements contradicted the government of Liberia's official position on the issue. I've not seen the government of Liberia's official position on the issue. I don't know if it's public knowledge. So we asked them for the government of Liberia's official position on this issue. So that's also part of the evidence. They also said that Yeke's statement was celebrated by the Guinean authorities. And so we asked them for the evidence of the Guinean authorities celebrating Yeke's statement, which they said made it difficult for diplomatic discussions. So when we asked for evidence, we were specific as to what we were asking for. So if it's just a video of the statement that was played today, then of course there's one part of it satisfied one part of the evidence that we wanted to get the statement attributed to him. Now, have we gotten that before then, including all of the other things we asked for? So they would have been more than prepared for Yeke to give it, which would have then taken us to the merit or to the actual substance of what is being in quote unquote investigated, right? But you saying to us that today we will go hear that video today, so people say that the evidence here, and then we respond to it today like that. Not a lot that has to be noticed. Yes, what you said. Yes, what we say. And yeah, is it come into the hearing and tell us and let's investigate it. That's just the simple thing we asked for, but it wasn't done today, and that unfortunately was a breach of due process. But I think the letter is clear as to what we've asked for, because that's what they're accusing him of.
So at the end of the day, before we let you go, Councillor, it is very important. What do you think happened here? You think is this? I mean, politically now, because they remove your legal hat, right? And they put on your political hat, right? Let me put this up first. You guys say in order to adequately prepare his defense, we herein request all evidence in your possession being relied on to include but not limited to statement, audio, video, or written attributed to our client. 2, the official possession or position of the government of the Republic of Liberia as referenced in your citation. 3, the celebration and dissemination of the statement by giving authorities as referenced in your citation. 4, the House rules governing these proceedings. They didn't give you guys any, but they show one of the video and they are saying that's their evidence. So I do believe that we still have problem here. That's what you're asking for. But let me remove your legal hat here for a bit. We receiving information from Augustine Chase, Senator. We receiving their statement from Tewose Gonglo, Councillor Gonglo. Information from political leader Musa Hassan Benete, and I think your own political leader, Mr. Alexander Cummings. And you know, all these statements flying around. Praise the Lord, yeah. People are speaking. Musa Benete, this is CDC get a whole statement on this as well. What do you think happened here politically? They can't eat your own baby.
Stanton, I'm here as the lawyer, not as the politician.
But what do you think? Okay, so let me.
I'm here as the politician. I'm here as the politician.
Let me digress a little bit, Mariah. Or you are representing
Attorney,
real quick. You are representing Yeket today, right? But you couldn't represent Prophet Key. What we have you on the hot seat now, why couldn't you represent Prophet Key, but you represent the Yeket?
I still actually I want to 30 seconds to
I beg you, let the councillor answer my question.
We're discussing the issues around Yake's hearing today that the distract from the issue.
But seriously, but why you couldn't represent Prophet Key?
He didn't ask me to represent him.
He did. Fair answer. He didn't ask you. I think you gave us an answer that we can accept because he went in there. He said he never had a lawyer, so we believe that he didn't ask you like so many of them. Guys, let's close over with Mariah. We got a lot more to discuss quickly. And then one of you guys want to come in quickly. Your last one question or statement. We'll go to you, Heron Fubi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I just feel good, like I said earlier. All the political, all the legal battle we're pushing, it will end up with a vote. So you guys should start lobbying with your colleagues to get at least the minimum 25 votes so that he can get his way out. Other than that, it will be a done deal for him. On the issue about the Supreme Court being the final arbiter of the law, there's also a limitation to that being a final arbiter. Because for impeachment proceedings, the legislature is the final arbiter of that. They close that matter. You can't take appeal after they conclude their votes. The same way expulsion. If they expel their members with their vote, besides all the legal argument you will have around, once their votes cast, you also can take appeal to the Supreme Court to reverse that decision. So there are some limitations to that particular article because the Constitution also gave the legislature some powers that the Supreme Court cannot reverse. So the issue about the due process, that's granted. The issue about the presenting Yeke with the evidence, Yeke chose to take a lawyer, and he also chose to walk away. So the guys have an argument against him. So for me, you play the political card more than trying to lay on the legal side, because the legal side will not help him. He go up, he comes down. At the end of the day, it's the political battle that's going to close this whole deal. So all of you now, you should after the show, you should take all your legal caps more, wear the political cap, and let him go for the legal battle. John A. colleague, I think I saw Representative saying they don't have the number. Is that true?
We get there, Fubi, and I think that when we get heated after Mariah leave, so let's bring in the other people because we really want to know the political
But
game.
Senator, may I please
Yes.
just provide information?
Yes.
One of the reasons and this is no disrespect to you, but one of the reasons I try not to argue with non-lawyers is because there's a lot of nuances around what they say. Phoebe, you're completely wrong when you say that impeachments or expulsions are not subject to judicial review in terms of the Supreme Court's authority to hear those matters if they violate the laws or the Constitution. I said it here before. Even in the Snow versus House of Representatives case, the Supreme Court has said that processes that are done completely legally in the legislature, they do not have the right to intervene or hear or judicial review may not apply. But where those processes, where issues around due process and constitutional violations are alleged, the Supreme Court has the right to hear it. So let's be very clear about how we disseminate information to people. The Supreme Court is the final arbiter of matters. And if the legislative actions or executive action or any action violates constitutional rights, fundamental rights, the Supreme Court can and will exercise their judicial review power to hear those matters and rule on it. That's just law. That one, and not politics, and not the Supreme Court has clearly stated that. So I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's move on quickly. Gibson, let's hear you.
Really quick. I think Councilor Kobo is right on that one there, because all of us are aware, and we are not all lawyers, and she is, but there's no way that a process emanating from the House or the Senate that are draconian, and you say the judiciary had no remedy to that. It means you're just saying that the House and the Senate or the legislature can get wrong. Why? They can just do anything. They just do anything they want to do, and nobody will question their action. Then where the checks and balance come in? Your actions were counterbalanced to the law. Your actions, again, we use the ultra-virus again. Your actions are illegal. And all of these things, the Supreme Court can set them. What remains to be seen is whether this president, who is a law violator in chief, will not back up the illegal process again and let it to fester because it satisfies him. That's the only part that we have to argue. But I just wanted to say one thing here. Even if Yeke has some very, very serious remedy, even if Yeke was removed, it's not impeachment. He can go for re-election and he can come back. What is difficult is whether he can campaign and win again. But when you are ejected by your colleagues, you can go and recontest and come back. But when you are impeached, you cannot recontest and come back. So those are just some. Now the last thing I want to say is, and thank you, Councilor Kobo. I think what they play here as an evidence, I see it as a protected speech. I don't see it as an evidence. I mean, so if anybody in Liberia said what Jake said, can the question is, the legal question you want to ask, can the Minister of Justice, can the prosecution arrest and charge anyone who says that this part of the land that they are talking about is Guinea's property? Can the legal question answer that? Can the Minister of Justice come and prosecute Gibson because Gibson said that? The answer will be no, because this is protected speech. I don't see how they're going to prosecute someone who spoke. They have the freedom to speak. The government of Liberia, by and through the Justice Ministry or the Foreign Ministry, can issue a statement and disagree and say, no, Mr. Representative, what you said was wrong. This place is not for the government of Liberia. If Yeke goes there and bring Guineans and say, this is your place and you can't sit down, then we say he connived with foreign agents, foreign enemies to interfere into Liberians or domestic or to hurt Liberia. You can say that that's treason. So this is a treason video they play here. The Liberian people want to tell me that the treason they want to remove Yeke for, is that a video they just play here? This is complete protected speech. And I think, okay, yeah, Fubi saying it the way he's saying it, but at the end of the day, it's going to be votes. But it can also be reversed. If they voting, if they eject it wrongly, the
Thank
Supreme Court
you.
can.
Let me hold you there quickly, and then bring in the orders. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being patient with us while we, talk to Councillor Moriah Yakula Kokon. Whether they have the numbers or not, Moriah, what I'm hearing, and let me just put it out there, uh, even if Yaka want to contest, we're hearing that Unity Party going to stop him through these different technicality. If they remove him and he want to come back and contest again, and that is a very scary thing, for us to sit and just hear those things. Now, these are rumors, right? Like, even if you go to the Supreme Court, the court that President Barker court, you get three of them on our court that will make 3-2 decision. I
Senator,
respect the
may I
Supreme
say
Court.
for the
No, no,
record
no,
that
hold
I'm
on,
not
hold
part of
on,
that
hold on 1 minute.
discussion from the court.
As member of the bar, I respect you, and that's what let me finish. I respect. Listen, they get some decent men and women on that court that I respect. But the government. So let me leave it like that. I don't want to put you in a situation yet that the court.
I'm
But
very clear. I'm not
we are looking at
participating, not part of the
the
discussion on it.
technicality from the National Election Commission to stop Yeke. Let's leave the court on because you're part of the court. Do you think National Election Commission can find any technical reason to prevent Yeke from contesting if they impeach him?
I don't think it's impeachment, which is also
Sorry, if they
again
expel him. If they expel him, sorry.
we requested the rules as to whether there's impeachment or expulsion because it determines how the process takes place. But look, who contests is covered by the National Elections Commission and the Constitution. Who contests for what? I think it's clearly stated. If you're hearing that Unity Party is intent on removing Yeke and then stopping him from contesting again, we'll watch again to see what the legal reliance will be. But unfortunately, for a government that does not uphold the rule of law, who knows? What they could come up with. But if you're going by the law, I'm not sure. And again, no lawyer knows all of the law. I don't. I don't pretend to. I do my research, but I'm not sure I've come across a law that stops or any of the laws that says being removed from office will stop you from contesting again. I know it does say that about impeachment, but whether this is an impeachment process, we clearly have been notified that it's expulsion, which is different from impeachment. But again, you're dealing with rescue. Anything can happen. Say what? It's a jungle justice. Say what? They do
We
what they
gotta
want
let
to
you
do.
go. I will not bring in these CDC guys
But
to talk to
before
you.
that,
We gotta let you go. Please do your closing.
no, but before that sentence, I wanted to say something to what Gibson said about Yeke's speech. As I specifically said, we did not go into the merits of the accusation today or at any point because we just wanted them to first follow the proper procedure in according in due process. And I've consistently said, at the end of the day, when Yeke has, or if he had been given these things ahead of time, you know how to practice defense of what he says or not. In that statement, talking about maps, talking about diagrams, whatever it is, some of these things, look, the whole issue around the border from French Guinea to, in fact, from France as colonial power to French Guinea to current day Guinea, you've had several agreements along that border, that boundary area from 1892 to 1907 to 1911 and even 1926, which was later um, the French Guinea withdrew their approval of the 1926 agreement. But you have the 1982, the 1907, and the 1911 delimitation of the boundary area between Liberia and Guinea. It is well documented, right? We're not going to go into the merits of that. But if you're saying that his statement is treasonous, what you have to show or prove, because you're accusing him of it, is to prove that he violated these um, how do you call it? The five, what constitutes treason under Article 76 or Penal Law 11.1. And I was going to mention earlier, but I think it's important now that we're having this conversation. There are five things. One, it says levying war against the republic. You have to tell us that that statement that was played was levying war against the republic. You have the second thing was aligning oneself with the aiding and abetting another nation or people that Liberia is at war with or in a state of war. You have to say that Liberia is at war with Guinea. And let's not forget that there's a difference between being at war and there's a difference between what under international law they call IAC, which is international armed conflict. Two different things. So you can't say because Guinea soldiers came on Liberian land or Guinea soldiers came on land, as the executive says, on land claimed by Liberia. So that is act of war or that is Liberia in war with Guinea. So you have to prove, or Sumo, as the complainant, will have to prove that Liberia and Guinea is at war, and the difference between IAC and war is clearly stated. Thirdly, they said acts of espionage for any enemy state. You have to prove that that statement by Yeke was an act of espionage. It says for attempting by overt act to overthrow the government or rebellion against the republic by insurrection and mutiny. You have to prove that that statement that he submitted as his evidence of treason was to an overt act to overthrow the government, was against was insurrection or mutiny. And 5, abrogating or attempting to abrogate, subverting or attempting to conspire to subvert the constitution by use of force or show of force by any means which attempts to undermine the constitution. You have to prove that that statement was use of force to undermine and subvert the constitution. So when you say that this person should be expelled because the statement which you submitted as the evidence now on Spoon was treasonous, then you have to prove that it met these 5 categories of what constitutes treason under both the Constitution and under the Penal Code 11.1. But most importantly, the next question is, can the legislature hear matters of treason, which are constitutional matters and crimes under our law? Do they have the jurisdiction to hear those matters? If the legislature is saying you violated our rules or your actions violated. So for example, I'll go back to Bidelfan case in 1999 when Bidelfan was expelled in the Senate. Bidelfan was expelled for violating the Senate rules for what they call insulting senators, for bringing armed men into the Senate, the House to take over his office. And at the time, apparently he had an issue with the pro tem who was Bromsky at the time, and he had gone to Harvard for a meeting, and they changed him and replaced him with someone else and locked his office door. So when he came, he went with armed AFL officers. They bust the door, they opened it, they did this. Then he went on the radio, he cussed the senator from Bromsky down, and they felt that this was bringing the Senate to public disrepute, and this was actions that violated the rules against them. They carried out his removal process, and he was expelled from the Senate. Those are different things when you're accusing a lawmaker of not violation of your rules in the House or things that he said against senators that did against that violates your rules, but of crimes that are clearly stated in the penal code and that are subject for prosecution by the executive branch, which the Ministry of Justice falls under, or are in the Constitution, which issues of Constitution falls under original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, the judiciary branch. And under the doctrine of separation of powers, can the legislature exercise powers of the judiciary and powers of the executive? That's the second issue. But as Fubi said, and I agree with him on that part, there's also the political aspect in terms of the votes. If lawmakers who are in the House understand these issues and decide that they're going to vote to expel Yeke, listen, town, trap, not for rat alone. And it is not an issue of scaring people or anything. But when you set precedents, it affects everybody else. We saw
so,
if you
right.
last under President Tubman, this was rampant in terms of how oppositions were either forced to resign from the legislature or were expelled. Are we back into that era where critical voices that are opposition to the sitting government are going to be forced to resign, like this former speaker was forced to resign, basically, or will be expelled like they're now trying
And
to.
now you're cooking. Now you're cooking. Now you're cooking. Now you're removing that legal hard and being your ANC. Something. No. Kev gotta ask a question. Don't run. Now you're cooking because this is very, very terrible, though. From one thing to another, Fonati Kofa gone, suppressing Dixon Sibo, Abu Kamara. If you say friend, we will pull the plug on you. We will take you back to the Supreme Court. And this fear tactic, yeah, I mean, and now you after Yeke Koruba, Debbie, whatever his name is. The message that AI, after he called Spunto, he flipped the coin and said, no, that's not me, that AI. The people are not free to express themselves. You got this thing hanging over them. But look at Bon County today. Just look around you. But you know what, though? Let me bring in your brother Kev Hassan. And I don't know whether you have time to talk to us about Prince C. Johnson, the National Security Advisor, appearing today alongside with former Defense Minister Zenga.
So she will not be lawyer this time, she will be politician.
Telling everyone that, hey, the process in which Joe, we are in cemetery to this money, we have never seen it before, and we wasn't informed, and we were absent. And it was a big gain for the prosecutor that they were able to bring the people that were part of the national security team to testify on an oath against Samuel Twain and say, man, the way you took this money here, it was fishy. I hope we can hear that from you, but let me bring in Kev Hassan because he will cry on me all night if he doesn't speak. And, whenever the brother see you, it's a whole body don't trouble. So, Kev, go ahead, talk to your sister.
Mariah. I listened to my brother Fubi. It's right in Article 2. Anything that is inconsistent with the law is right there, Article 2, the Constitution. Let me ask you this. What you lawyer can do to educate the people from the kind of misinformation people like Fubi then putting out there that you can just do anything? And Article 2 said it clear. It's there. Clean. Anybody can go to 1986 Constitution. Article 2 said it there. Any law that is inconsistent should be void. Any law is there clean. Mariah, my sister, what you guys can do as a lawyer to educate our people so they like Fubi, the people like Fubi, they should not be sending this wrong information.
Just to tell them to go to school and learn law.
One of the thing is
yes, you know, read Article 2 with sense. Read Article 2 with sense, then you will not ask that question.
You see non-lawyer arguing lawyer only in Liberia. Only in Liberia, you see non-lawyer. I see people on a life fee, non-lawyers on a life fee say, Mariah, you wrong. What kind of country we having? Non-lawyer, and they say Fubi right. The man who not lawyer.
Cap, let's go back to Mariah now because we gotta go. I don't think, and to add Cap though, it's okay. We can disagree with Mariah. It doesn't mean that we are wrong. But it is up to Mariah to educate and make us understand.
No, you disagree differently. Stenton, you can disagree with Mariah. Fine, I agree.
It's based on the interpretation.
To disagree with the Constitution that Mariah is quoting, that's where the insanity comes in.
And that, no, it's not insanity, Kev. It's the reason why Kev, hold on now. Kev, hold on. It's not Kev, hold on. That's why you get lawyers. One person will say the man didn't kill the person. Another lawyer will say the man killed the person. It's an interpretation.
No, that's different. That's different. No, if you disagree with it, no, Stenton.
Kev, you bring that and you bring different interpretation. So that's why I'm arguing. Read Article 2 yourself. You understand it and you ask the question wrong.
You can disagree with Mariah. A case or Mariah evidence, Mariah this, but you cannot disagree with the Constitution. Telling Mariah that.
Let's go back to Mariah because we gotta move on, right? But it's good for us to tell our audience here the reason why people go to law school because the law It's not stagnant. It is written. Even today, Joseph Burger is calling for the law reform to do something. Because the interpretation,
He said
it's
Joseph
not
Burger
clear.
will reform the law. Jesus.
Yeah, he calling for law reform, and that's why he put Boto Cannon brother there for. And the man from law reform, right? Right, Mariah? You know why they associate justice from? Associate justice Waka, Cannon, that name, right? So my thing is that the public been calling for law reform. It is ambiguous, Kev. My interpretation will maybe slightly different from yours, but we should find a place that we all can agree. And I don't think I disagree with Fuji. Let's go back to Mariah. Mariah.
Let me just say, Kev, I understand what you're saying. The reason why, as I said, I had to clarify what Fubi said was, Senator is right. People can have different interpretations of what the law is or what the Constitution is, but it is only the Supreme Court that has the powers to interpret any law or the constitutional
That's what I'm saying.
And so the Supreme Court has interpreted the issue of judicial review, or whether actions by any body, institutions, whether executive, legislative, can be subject of judicial review. And the court has said yes, where those actions violate constitutional provisions and fundamental rights, it can be subject to the judiciary reviewing it and acting on it. So I was only trying to clarify to Fubi when he said impeachment, expulsion, actions of the legislature are not subject to the judiciary. You can carry it to the court. And I said, where it is not done in line with the Constitution or in violation of fundamental rights, the court has ruled and interpreted it to say that they can hear those matters. And I referenced the Edwin Snow versus House of Representatives case as well. So I think for us, the issue is just to create the opportunity to clarify these things. Because again, everybody, even lawyers, don't know all the laws. That's why we still have to do legal research to be able to find the laws and use it as reliance. Since we can interpret laws, we have to go to what the Supreme Court has said about X, Y, and Z. And so when the Supreme Court rules on these things, we use it as our guiding tools. But that's just it.
But
So
let me bring you before you leave, and I think is we were really happy that you came on tonight. Mariah, how Mr. Comey's doing?
Oh, he's doing great. I actually met with him this evening, briefly. It's been a long day, but he also did a very podcast today.
And that's why I'm going though. Mr. Comey is going to be doing podcast now.
Well, any way you can get your message out, it's important.
That's right.
I know I got a lot of feedback and a lot of people responded. So if you haven't watched it, please go to.
Yeah, I think we put on the page just about Bee Mountain, a lot of conversation about Bee Mountain, and that was a unique one.
About how you can address the issues around our mining issues and stuff. So yeah.
And I want to say thank you very much for always coming on Spoon. We do appreciate you and have a wonderful evening, my sister. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me. And to all of the people watching and listening, please, follow the process. Let's uphold the rule of law. Let's ensure that people's rights are protected regardless of what the outcome will be. And at the end of the day, let's remember that Liberia is all we have. Today, maybe John, tomorrow, maybe you. Good night.
Good night, Mariah. Thank you. And let's come out. Let's do some quickly cross-firing here. Let's take our sister from the blind side of the straight bullet, the political straight bullet. And I will say to you, though, this is very, very discouraging, Emmanuel George. The pattern in which under this government, say anything you want to say, right? And these guys, then they are not cuckoo. They are veterans. They understand most of them. But for us to sit on the show, right? We remove Fonati Kofa as speaker. The government. To be frank, I know people are going to get angry with me. If President Boaga wanted Fonati, no one in that place was going to stop Fonati. That whole thing about is with us. No. It's because President Boaga, he was tired with Fonati and he needed to have a regime speaker. So we moved Fonati Kofa. Now we open an investigation. Who burned down the Capitol building? Dixon Sibo, Jacob Debbie, how you call him? Jerry Yogbo, they put his name there. Priscilla Cooper, Abu Kamar, Fonati Kofa. They have all the geospatial evidence, and today that case Not going anywhere today. What became of the case? Mommy said you can connect the moon to the space to the earth, and you find the people then walking in the video. Mommy said that. And immediately after the investigation, we called for international fire expert. They came. Up to today, they came down here in no tea. They didn't even get a jury. The jury they found, they dismissed the jury themselves. And here we are.
They said they don't like the jury.
They don't like that. You know, so I asked the Liberian people. I know a lot of people go ahead and insult me, my people. But just understand what actually Unity Party won. What actually Unity Party asking the Liberian people for?
To have for one party.
Now we beyond Yeke Koroba to remove him by fire, by force. What about law? What about the Constitution? Just by any means remove him. We grab Prophet Key and put him in jail. Hey, put Prophet Key. We in May, June, July, August, 3 more months he got to be there. Do you want to believe that because of Prophet Key caused the Chief Justice my part away in jail? No. No. This cat eating its own baby. All the babies the cat eating. All the baby that the cat eating it. Yeah. Who want to fight for Unity Party tomorrow? The people that are in government are getting swallowed, the stomach and getting big, and the people that are depending on the top for the party. Who will the people believe in tomorrow? Now we hear saying that yeah, Yeke must go. And we're happy to say Yeke must go. So people, what really we want? The United Party government, those of us that supported and supporting Joseph Yema Kokroko Bwaka, what really we want? We defend, like Dylan said, when they were breaking down the people's home, get them up, break their houses down. They don't own record, he said it. But these are the people that say rescue, rescue, rescue. They say break the people's houses down. We know they're not. LTMI, Emmanuel George, take the job from the people and give it to LTMI. People are on record. What Unity Party want? What are they trying to prove here, my people? These people suffer. Say anything you want to say. Look at my brother Costa today. He didn't go. God bless him. No job in the government fit for Costa. You think he happy? You think he's satisfied? It was Costa that brought back Joseph Yemabwaka. He took a lot of bullets and make a lot of enemies. But Costa today is an hustler. He cannot come close to government job. Martin Colley, he right, they call him AI, they call him this, the man still pushing, he pushing. He said because of the government, he had to exile himself to stay away from CDC government. What about Will or about True? They took him out. Martin Colley, again, a right job. I said recovery job. The man look at, he said, people stealing too much, I can't spell my name. But when did the government want? Matt Jabate today taking pay on a table. And you know the on a table thing, you go there, you hire yourself for people that don't see you. Matt Jabate ain't got no job. He crying, he taking pay on a table. What really Unity Party want? That Yeke and I are going after. What would be your message, Unity Party? Take Yeke up. Make it enemy number one. Do what to satisfy President Bwaka. My advice to Unity Party. Oh, they think also that the party that the lawmaker. No. That Unity Party, that the lawmaker. James Colette, that Unity Party. For the family, that Unity Party. Small, that Unity Party. This is all Unity Party. It got nothing to do that the Unity Party. President Bwaka can stop this now. Yeke suffer too much for President Bwaka. Yeke family live in exile. He couldn't bring his family home, all because he wanted President Bwaka to win. Yeke got sick. He nearly died because of President Bwaka. Is this how we pay him? They got nothing to do with the House of Representatives. It got everything to do with the president, the vice president. They must step up or they lose Yeke. and they found another messenger. That tracing. That we're tracing. They're getting people down to the border. They're getting people down to the border. They left the border already. So it got to sink in the mind of the Reverend Luther Tepe, the party chairman. It must wear, whether he like it or not. He would have been director today for LPRC with all Yeke Fry and the fight of others. Because it must wear with nothing. He didn't push the message. The party chairman was running for election. They were removing Amin Moda. You know that, Gibson. He didn't push the message. Mo Ali did some good because he brought people on, he fought. But guess what? Mo Ali cannot make it. They cannot make it this time around. So who you depending on to get rid of everybody? But you want to come back and say we'll run and remove the opposition again. God bless you. Create more enemies for yourself. Allow people to step up. So I said to you, like I said to all, what actually Unity Party won? They are not fighting opposition. We never see no opposition in jail. But guess what happened? Imposition, perfectly in jail. It took less than 48 hours for the imposition perfectly to go to jail. Then the opposition, then they put all the allegations on. They're still walking free. What kind of party is this, Fubi? What we in here? This is Unity Party. It got nothing to do with the House of Representatives. It got nothing to do with the Supreme Court. It got everything to do with Unity Party. They must stop and stop now. They must recognize that these people sacrifice everything to bring them to power. They must recognize that with all these great men and women, there will have been no President Bouaka today. They must recognize that. If they think that they can cut them off and use that to come back to power 2029, after you despise, after you kick out Henry Pedro Costa, you jail Prophet Key, you allow Martin Cordy not to come back in the country and resign. Emmanuel Gongre is confused from EFL. You bring in Matt Jabatel, that we used to call Carl Me Mark. The man got no job today. We can name them all. And you expect the people to come back to rally around you. May God bless you, man. May God keep you. And may God open the minds of Jeremiah Kun that this decision is wrong. Joseph Bouaka, this decision is wrong. Reverend Tapper, this decision is wrong. This decision is absolutely wrong. Get rid of them. But guess what happened? You will pay the price. Emmanuel George, let's do the closing, my friend. We'll do the other story next tomorrow, by God's grace.
Thank you, Stanton. On all this note, that I hope those who have listened to you first may not draw the conclusion that those of us who are in this political battle, we are in a political battle because we want to sustain ourselves. We are in it because of that which is right and for the future of Liberia. Yeke Koluba did nothing wrong. The fact that they could have had his name on the agenda for a recall section twice is questionable. This gentleman called Somo Moba from District 3, Maserado County, seems to be misplaced. The letter he should have written was the letter against Speaker Kun. On January 5, 2026, Front Page Africa reported about a lady by the name of Sisi Okpo that accused the Speaker of bigamy. The Speaker office came the next day to say it was his sister. That was incest. The Speaker confirmed also that he was trying to get legal paper in America through fraudulent means, allegedly. That is a fraud. So even the rule of the House says that anybody who does anything dishonorable and bring the House to public disrepute should be investigated. I'm wondering why Sumo Moba did not read that letter. Because that's the case we have. They have a speaker who have consistently been accused, but they are doing nothing about it. There was a video that was recorded of the speaker allegedly taking a lady to his room. That story we did not end because the lady did not finish her story. She said she will come out on Spoon to tell the next part of the story. I don't know why it's not on the agenda. So that can't be the problem. The problem is Speaker Kun. And I think if they are receiving letters for this section, we receive that letter. But not only that, the Liberian people may be paying up to $6 million for this recall, so that broke people could put extra money in their pocket. Instead of waiting for May 8th to come to regular section, the president of Liberia called a special section for us to discuss Yeke Koluba. And then a supplementary budget that could have been discussed on May 8th, as far as I'm concerned. So this is the issue we should be discussing in our country and not Yeke Koluba. Today, Mr. Ezana Benedict Cummings shared a podcast that is very, very informative. And I hope every Liberian listens to how we can change this country. We must love Liberia. We must change Liberia. As you go to bed, just remember, all our neighbors are going ahead of us. A few years ago, I went to Sierra Leone for my doctoral research. I know what that country looked like. Today, they are passing us. Guinea, now have soldiers here our country and we go to the country to buy pepper. They have passed us. We cannot be the oldest country in our sub-region and yet them still. We are still struggling for things that people have stopped struggling for. You all have a wonderful night. I look forward to this conversation tomorrow.
Yes, it's always good to have you on, Dr. George. This is from Musa Hassan Beliti, former complaint against the manner and procedure adopted by the Rules, Order, and Administration Committee in the matter involving Honorable Yeke Koluba. He wrote a letter to Richard Kuhn, but we will discuss further tomorrow. I'm going to bring in one of these seditions and then we'll come back to Fubi. Kev, you want to go first? Which one are the leader among your three seditions? Which one are the leader? You, Kev?
Let me say
All
this.
right, you're the leader. You go first.
No, but no leader here. We all are the one. We only got one leader president. We are. Let me say this, right? The president took an oath to protect, defend, and protect Liberia, right? From what? Domestic and foreign invaders or domestic, whatever they put it, but he took an oath, right? And today we have foreign troops occupying Liberia. Let me ask you this question. Everybody on this panel and the Liberian people, who's supposed to be impeached? Like Yeke or like the president? Because he took an oath to defend and protect Liberia. To defend and protect Liberia. Liberia, Guinea is sharing two countries. There's a part of Liberia that under the president of the Republic of Guinea. Would that man swear on the Bible that he will protect and defend Liberia? Now Liberia is being invaded by foreign troops. Who's supposed to be impeached? Hey, man. Then we're talking about Yeke. look, guys, I keep saying this, and I will keep saying this. We are approaching the dark days. What I saw today, that proceeding, what I saw today, I saw the trial of Grady Allison. That everybody knew that Grady Allison was winning that case, but it twisted. I saw the trial of Phoebe Henry's grandfather, that there was the 13 guys he put on the polls, there were no evidence of them. No evidence. Up to today, nobody can tell us that what bank Richard Herring money. But they went on the poll. We are seeing Yeke is about to go on the poll. Arrest.
Let me bring you in, my brother Fubi.
Yeah, so there are several things. I don't care for talking about Article 2. Article 2 got nothing to do with the issue of that's coming on right now. Article 2 is only talking about giving the right that the Constitution is the fundamental law of the land, and the Supreme Court also has the judicial power to nullify inconsistent laws. That is laws that are made outside of the Constitution. The Supreme Court can nullify them when they're inconsistent with the Constitution, any provision. So my argument here had nothing to do with horses rule or other stuff. So you can use that and say that's what it meant. Also, Article 38 gives the lawmakers the right to expel their members for a cause and to have due process. That cause is not defined. So anything negative that they think about can be a cause. And they can use that and say, this is the cause for which we want to expel you. They should just give you, they should just accord you due process. And who's going to carry out that due process? They themselves. That due process is not going to take place any other place besides they themselves going to conduct that due process with you, and they give you the opportunity to. They notify you. If you choose to participate or you choose to waive your right and walk out, it's on you. But they are the ones that are responsible to implement that due process. So it's not a third party, and their quasi-judicial function does not happen outside of their chambers. So the DOA right within their capital building. And like I said earlier on the issue of the Article 66 or 65, where the Supreme Court being the final arbiter, and I said they are not the final arbiter in all cases. For example, lower courts, other subordinate courts, when you have a ruling there, you can take an appeal to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court can either uphold that ruling, that verdict, or they can nullify it. They can tell you that yes, this person is guilty or the person is not guilty. And once that Supreme Court gave that verdict, you can't go back to the lower court or argue. The lower court cannot argue. But in the case of the legislature, for impeachment, besides all the legal requirement that you talk about, if the Senate vote and say this president, we are concur with the House and this person is impeached, the Supreme Court cannot overturn that. If the House decide to remove their member, they expel you. You go to the Supreme Court, your only argument will be on legal matters around that. But the Supreme Court cannot overturn that decision. So this is a basic thing you need to know. And that's why I said, Yeke should focus on the political side and we'll start wasting the time with the legal issue. Because he likes it or not, if these guys come out with it and they have the 49 number to remove him, they'll remove him. The Supreme Court cannot overturn that decision. All he needs to do is to rally around his guys. He got some guys that I think Musa Belete is talking on his behalf, other guys are talking on his behalf. Let him make sure he build an alliance to have the number that will prevent them from expelling him. And that number, the minimum that he requires is 25%.
For me, sorry to interrupt you. I know you're doing your closing, right? And we understand all that thing you're saying. You need a number for me. This is mostly political. And I believe you know that. And to be frank here for me, I like the way in which you educate folks on these different things. But this is political. It's something that your Unity Party won't get out. So forget about, money speak. He doesn't have 25,000 for each member.
You guys not ready, and you know that, Fubi. They will take the money. There's a reason why they call them back in session. The allegation that most of them taking money now just to kick Yeke out is concerning. But Fubi, my question to you though, what would be your advice to Unity Party? Go looking at the records. Prophet Key is in jail. And they cannot get Costa job. Everything Costa won, no, they will not give him job. It's hurting him because he was number one. 98%. He did everything. At the end of the day, he slipped off to CDC, but we know what he did. EFM Emmanuel Gangwe is complaining. Martin Colley is complaining. Mike Jabater is taking pay under the table. Sepe, because he got no job. Fubi, is this right? What can Unity Party do to stop this bleeding? Who out there will speak for them, will fight for them? When the records is so poor, people are homeless, jobless. What will be your message to them as an opposition to this party?
No, for the Unity Party with like the president said, and I always been from, he said, God, I'm making new land, God, I'm making new party. So 2029, so they got option to rally around and keep their and consolidate power around their guys, or to deal with them. But at the end of the day, they also need to focus on doing the thing that the Liberian people need. And the expectation that Liberians have very high, and they have not lived up to those expectations. So they need to double up and work around those things. Because if they don't do that, 2029 is not guaranteed for anybody. The same way CDC was very complacent and thought 2023 was for them. I see the same complacency setting in with some of my United Party guys. They think 2029 is for them. And it's not for anybody. The Liberian people will vote. And when Liberian people vote, you will
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Let me bring you quickly. I said, do then we'll go to Jacob Gibson. Yeah, let's do one of the order. I say, we know the history, we know the game plan. I say, but let's talk at the politics here. I know you're now a Unity partisan, though. I must believe right now that you are celebrating whatever you are. That this is what opposition want to see. Let them fight among themselves. Let them destroy each other, and we will just quietly come back. I had a lot of conversation today. I said, what is happening in Unity Party is concerning, but when the people up there calling the shot and say, get rid of this man, get rid of that man, get rid of that man, talk to me, I say. You are drinking the Hennessy XO right now, I say. But the country is being destroyed too.
It's way beyond that. I will tell you. I personally love it for few folks who are now ministers in this government when things were tough. I love it for them. They reach out to me. And the little one or two persons we knew here and there, we reach out to them. And they got appointed. I didn't do that because they were from Unity Party. I did that because I'm a young man. Beyond being young, I understand that political reward is not in heaven. When you die and you go to heaven, you and Angel Gabriel then we talk. You ain't be talking about politics. The only place you get the rewards from politics is on earth. One of the reasons why we don't care when we see a lot of the United Party kids insulting us every day is because deep in our conscience, we know they know exactly those things we are talking. Let's go back to the United Party rescue train. Take any video of all of the campaigns. Look at the faces of those in those videos. Compare it with the faces of those in government today. About 90% of the children you saw walking all around the sun for Unity Party are not in government. They are not close. And let me tell you the hurtful part. If these children even pick up phone to call, they don't even pick up the call. Stand and believe this. There are a lot of deception in government today. A lot of people working in government will not vote for the government 2029. They've since realized that the Unity Party has taken a posture that is making everyone uncomfortable to say anything. You dare never disagree with the Unity Party. The least mistake you say anything against the Unity Party, you are done. They will come after you. So the folks in government rather tell us, some of us from the outside, what is going on, than even voicing their opinion because they are afraid. That's not the way government should run. Why is the government getting rid of almost everyone that stood the test of time to bring them to power? Hey, Prophet Key insulted George Weah every day. You know when insult carried him to jail? The same government for whom he insulted George Weah put him in jail for insults. Yeke Koluba was the man of the march. Mo Ali referred to him as the one and only Yeke who says it as he sees it. You know when Yeke is about to be expelled because of saying as he sees it? The same government he was saying it for as he was seeing it. He's been expelled. Let's go to Henry Costa. You know where is Costa now? Man, Costa shouldn't be there. You know how many people Costa insulted? He insulted Weah. He came back to Weah. Weah accepted him. He insulted again. He insulted Yue. Yue brought him back. He went to comments. Today where he is. He's nowhere. Let's look at Mike Jabate. Let's go. Let's not go fast. Let's go to you. They were all around offices discussing how Stanton won't bring rice. That rice made he angry. Then he moved around what he will see. The very same Stanton who took care of President Baka all along. The very same Stanton who, despite our friendship, he stood against us to ensure United Party came to power. This is not the way politics should go. Sometimes you got some chat rooms. Go in there. Most of the children will be insulting. Go in a corner and ask them how things. It's not easy. Forget out the job. Okay, you help to bring the government to power. When even you call one of the government officials, your least expectation is they will respond to you. They will not even respond to you. No. You know when they will start responding to you? 2028 ending 2029. And this is the reason why we are so certain that this government will be booted out of power. And we can say for a fact, after 2029, the president of the Republic of Liberia will be that person that receives one vote more. No other person. Because there is no way a government that we have been saying suppressing free speech, making the country so difficult to live, can stay in power 1 second after they have
Thank
been
you.
defeated. That will not be
Thank you.
possible. And we call our friends from the United Party to join us. From what you are seeing, this is not what you thought would have been possible under the President Baka government, but it is now possible. You can insult for all you
Also, thank
want,
you.
but think about it.
Thank you. I'm Biggie Gibson. Let me bring you last because you will give me some joy. So I don't want to make Jefferson Chessie last. It would disturb my sleep. Please, Jeff.
Thank you, Stanton. So, Stanton, what I see here is a dangerous precedent being set by the United Party. It's terrible for our country. They are destroying the fabric of our democracy. Joseph Boakai and his Unity Party have decided to destroy our country. Look, what happens if another government comes in and decides to expel all the opposition? What happens? Because that's a precedent that has been set by Joseph Boakai. You remove people from tenure position. You fire a civil servant for no reason. You go after anybody that have a different view from that of the Unity Party. You go against opposition lawmaker. You silence them in plenary. They cannot speak their mind. They cannot say anything that they feel that is different from what the government believes in. I mean, this is a terrible precedent. You want to silence Yeke simply because Yeke has an opposing view to your government. What happens? What happens if different political party comes to power? Which will surely be. Unity Party cannot even win the next election because the performance is contrary to what the Liberian people expected. So now you remove Yeke, you remove everybody around that has a decent. What happens? Is this the democracy we want to build? Is this the country we want to present to the next generation where nobody can differ with government? What kind of leader is Joseph Boakai? Instead of concentrating on bettering the lives of the ordinary Liberians, he's running after people that have dissenting views. Once you disagree with Unity Party and Joseph Boakai, they go after you as a government. It's a policy of the government now to go after people that don't agree or believe in the Unity Party ideas. Look around you, stand to yourself, no. They're taking all Yeke to take on the speaker because the speaker does not agree with them. They're fighting Snow. They're fighting everybody. You're removing people from tenure position because those people in your tenure position are not praise-sinking Joseph Boakai in the Unity Party. We work with people, the CDC work with people that differ with us. When we talk about, we met people in positions that were Unity Party partisans. We left them in those positions, in the tenure positions. We left them there. They worked their forte. Even Joseph Boakai's son worked in our government until he decided to resign. The former president, His Excellency George, we have protected Joseph Boakai's son. He worked in this government until he decided to resign. That how much we're tolerant, how much the former president, Excellency George, we have built our democracy. What we have here today is Joseph Boakai destroying the fabric of our democracy, destroying our country. What Boakai is doing is teetering our country on the brink of chaos. Joseph Boakai must be stopped in his track. We need to pluck some fellows from his wings to make him stop what he's doing. We will not allow an 86-year-old man who is completely incapacitated, who have lost all ideas, to continue to endanger the future of Liberians that he has no portion in. Boakai has no part to play in the future of this country. He cannot destroy the future of this country by his greed for power. This form of dictatorial tendency must stop. Boakai and his gang of thieves must be stopped in the track. This is a dangerous path we are treading. This is a slippery slope. I mean, to even hear the support of them, the Fubi there, telling us that.
Let me bring in Gibson. Gibson, let's hear you.
I don't know.
I beg you, Jefferson. Let me bring in Gibson. Jefferson, let's go by. You still don't start talking. Now we gotta go. You Gibson, let go. You start attacking your fellow panelists, it means that we gotta go now.
But man, you always doing it here to me. I'm not attacking anybody.
Yeah, but I'm
needs to be corrected.
No, but just go, my man. We gotta go, brother. I beg you, Jeff. Look at it. Look at like I say, like bro, LDC going off. I mean, I say like bro, look at it. LDC just went off. Go ahead, Gibson. I say
so, you know, today somebody sent me a statement made by I didn't hear a statement made by Bomi County Representative Bishop, who spoke and revealed what actually they were back for 10 days from recess. And he says that the president only called them back for 10 days, so they have to finish the job for which they were called. And according to him, quoting him, we don't have the luxury of time, and the president will not call us back after the 10 days because the government does not have money to call us back. This statement tells me that the lawmakers were brought back not for any good reason. They were brought back specifically to remove Yeke Koluba. I earlier told you here that I have been getting information that financial remunerations are being considered for those who are going to vote. This is always part of the Liberian legislative process. People don't vote because they have the conscience and the belief in what they are going to vote for. They either receive money from government to push their decision or something. Now, I also wanted to say that, no, I disagreed, my brother Fubi, that there are certain cases in Liberia that the Supreme Court cannot look into. Any case that violates the Constitution, the law, even in impeachment, if the process leading to the impeachment has problem and somebody goes to the Supreme Court to say, hey, they want to impeach me, or they impeach me, but they violated the law, the Supreme Court can still look into it. That's what made it the final arbiter of justice. Final arbiter means you are the last person who can explain the law, whether it's right or not right. So I disagree on that. There are a few things the Supreme Court needs to do for us to be safe in our country. Whether President Bouaka will obey them is another thing. We know that the Supreme Court has to ensure that there is the equity of equity of law by the due process, which Councilor Kobo was talking about today, which is now missing in this process. You know, when you want to remove somebody, when you have good reason to remove somebody, you wouldn't have problem presenting evidence to them. You will present evidence to them because you have the evidence to remove them. But in this case, they are using a free speech scenario to remove one of their lawmakers just because they don't like him, or they don't like his speech, or they don't like what he says about the president, about President Dicky Diamond, or the Guinean, the map says that the place for Guinea and all of that. I want to say this. We will not forget. You know, I was talking to somebody this morning when the video was on, and the person is very close to President George Weah. And he said when the president watched the video about the process, he said the president shook his head like this. So I said, but what that mean? He said, when the president shook his head, he said, what is this that we are going through? And that's a question that Staton asked earlier. What is this that we are going through? President Weah and Staton spoke the same language in different ways. You want to be known as a party of removing people from their position with or without the clout of the law. This is where we are today. Violation of the laws, disrespect to Supreme Court rulings and decisions and opinions. This is unfortunate that at this time of our country, we have a president who said he was the best because he spent 42 years in government. I didn't spend 42 years in journalism, but I can guide any journalist to do the best thing for themselves. But he spent 42 years. Early have been warning us, but we have been playing deaf ear until Bouaka. Dr. George Early been warning us that this man is not good for our country. It's not good for country growth. It's not good for the economy. It's not good for politics. It's not good for the rule of law. And we continue. We may high hay for us to elect Bouaka. And now we got Bouaka. This is a travesty of our country's growth. I'm so sorry that we are going through this again. We think that the House of Representatives, whatever we say, they may not regard that, but I think they should let this thing go. Leave this thing alone. We know it's political, and Fubi is right. They will agree with him. They will vote. They will share money. They will remove him. Even if you want to come back, Stanton said they will start for the process and make it difficult for him to recontest. Fine, but that doesn't mean that they cannot answer to the people. Collect again. I'm told when the 15,000 were divided, Colette was taking two or a minute issue. Fubi laugh on the one. They said he was sharing the song with him. We gave $50. He took a $2. He said that my pay fee. 52 or 50. Just imagine 73 lawmaker or 49 lawmaker. He take $2. That's small thing. That is see collect again. But the history, posterity will find him out. Tomorrow we'll be back and we'll
Thank
share.
you.
Thank you.
Yes, we want to say thanks to all of you. A beautiful show to you, by the way, George. Thanks, man. Sorry we couldn't have the mental health people. I believe this thing, Dr. George. That every Liberians, we went through the stages of mental health, especially when the war came. Right? Just give us food, give us food, give us food. We'll be fine. We don't need no medication for mental health. Afubi. You get a man rest, just now the man will be son. Even a Christian man in the country working, getting food to eat. You will never diagnose him with mental health again. The issue is that, listen, I understand we got problem here. And then Dr. Richardson said she did 3-day seminar about door training. Well, you kidding me? I came my door, I paid $3,000. Storm, I came. The guy that was teaching Storm, Fubi. The guy said you gotta say bad. So I still gotta say bad for what? That means the guy can stutter, right? I'm not laughing at him, right? No, let me leave that story.
I don't want to see a million stutter giving instruction to the dog. Oh, you not getting this messages.
$3,000. No training, they don't know. They don't say that whole day you bad at him. You tell him said, he will not say. You tell him stay, he will not say. But when we took the guy, nobody, we caught the guy. Yeah, he got all the dogs, right? And at the end of the day, the guy just said, you gotta go at it bad. I thought he telling us we must tell the dog bad. That knew the man can stutter. He was trying to I don't know, but my dog got so mad at me. I said, I'm not going back to that dog training thing.
Mixed messaging, get it done. The dog
my daughter and my son get so mad. I said, no, I'm going back. Because one day I heard the man saying that I knew he tried to tell us something. And I had to walk. I said, I'm going back in there. You continue. Because that is the reason why they mentored 3,000 for us to train our dog. No. But anyway, I want to say thank you very much. Have a good evening, whatever you have. May God bless you, keep you. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Have a good night. Yeah, man. It's good to have all of you. We're ready. Look at the time. Brother Conan Gray coming. Great Leo, hello, man. You can come late on the show, Gray. You always come late, my man. Look at the time you coming on. Yagazi, where you at? Are you there, Yagazi? Let's try.
I'm in the back. I'm in the back. At least before Chelsea spoke.
My man, I beg you, remember, you always come late, my man.
Yeah, before Chelsea spoke, because I read say Angel Lucifer were in heaven until he started disrespecting God, so he got thrown out of there.
Okay, so that everything will bring you here now. The Congress is good to see you. And I like your view, but I think Congress. I'm waiting for Yekezi. I know there's somebody called Yekezi. Congress. I believe. Congress. Even when Lucifer was thrown out of heaven, do you still know that Lucifer go back to heaven? Do you know that?
Oh,
he's still with the angel.
I mean, you know the Bible more than I do.
Yeah. Lucifer still found himself among the gathering, though. Yeah, he still go back to heaven. Yeah. He still got right to go to heaven. Sorry, right? You remember the story of Job? God asked Satan, "Where have you been?"
Yeah.
When the angels gathered, and he was in the place, and Satan said, "I've been roving to and fro on the face of the earth." Then God said, "Have you considered my servant Job?" Let me finish now. Let me finish, Chief. Let me finish, right? You got to understand when we're having this conversation and you want to bring the spirituality into it. I do agree and I respect your view. But you got to understand that this is a way here. Some of these guys are throwing tantrum, right? Like you have a 3-year-old, my 4-year-old grandson here. He be throwing tantrum, right? Yesterday the man tell me, say, "Oh, grandpa, my head. I said, what happened?" Poop before that. He said, "Hey, the man trying to call attention." I believe Yekene calling attention. The leader of the country, Joseph Yimam Bwaka, should find a way to bring these people together that we can build one of the biggest coalition ever. But you cannot say the more you push them, the more your son is stubborn and you push him.
You are giving into him to be stubborn even more. But we got to go, my friend. It's 8:12. I want to say, come back early tomorrow.
We'll take
Come
up
back,
that
yeah.
argument in the future.
Yeah, come back early
I want
tomorrow.
to tell you, it's not because the dump truck built the mansion.
Come back early tomorrow for the day. We so happy to have you coming late, but we hope to see you tomorrow early. To all of you joining us, we want to say thank you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And have a wonderful, wonderful good night. I will close the show because Yekazi is not coming on. He's sleeping somewhere. But I want to say, join us again tomorrow. Let's have a wonderful, wonderful program. God bless you. Have a good night.